civilian area. So the strikes have been massive at that. So about 400 missiles have been hit, have been sent in by Iran towards the Israelis, and many of them succeeded in hitting their targets. So obviously, perhaps the United States believed that this time maybe the Iranians were more prepared, and to get the situation out of a logjam, they need to get into it militarily. Maybe that's the message, or maybe it's a little more aggressive posturing than earlier, just so that Iran backs off. Whatever the case, the situation is fluid, and we would know more perhaps when Trump is back in the White House and the National Security Council meeting that he has called in the Situation Room happens. Remember also that Situation Room is generally associated with the monitoring of ongoing operations. So whether the meeting has been called because Trump wants America to get militarily involved in the situation in the Middle East is something we would have to wait to see. But obviously things are building up to some kind of military action, and hence the escalation.
All right, thank you, Abhishek, for getting those details for us. Open source information on U.S. deployments. Some U.S. aircrafts have now gone ahead and they've reached Europe. I will have to move ahead. Because we're getting some more information coming in. Iran-Israel ceasefire offer has been made, viewers. This is what Macron is saying. As Trump exits the G7 summit early, Donald Trump dramatically left the G7 summit in Canada a day early to rush back to Washington with the French President Emmanuel Macron claiming the US leader was considering the prospect of a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Okay, huge update coming in right now, and I want to go across to a guest who's joining us, Major General P.K. Sehgal, defense expert, joining us here on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us, Major General. Now, there's a lot of speculation which is doing the rounds right now, whether there was a ceasefire offer made. Macron is saying that it was made. At the same time, we see Donald Trump leaving midway, going back to the U.S., having a meeting in the Situation Room at the White House. How do you see this situation evolving, given the fact that the G7 summit leaders are right now holding talks, and PM Modi as well is at the G7 summit?
Situation is extremely dangerous and becoming increasingly something which could lead to either way. Personally, I don't think the ceasefire agreement is going to be accepted either by Israel or by Iran. As far as Israel is concerned, Israel is hell-bent to completely wipe out their nuclear capability. The biggest capability that for now, so far they're absolutely intact. They've not been able to hit it out. And unless the Americans join in, there is no way that they can neutralize or incapacitate this installation, because it's almost about 100 meters below the mountains. And Israel does not have the capability of reaching it there. The only capability has the B-52 bombers with a certain type of GU-754 guided bomb. Unless and until America makes that available, or unless America participates, it is an impossibility which cannot be achieved. Their contention that they will deprive Iran of nuclear capability, it may in fact turn around the other way around. Iran will now go flat out to ensure that it has a nuclear weapon, because it feels that now Iran has an existential threat from Israel. While the G7 says that they will not permit Iran for a nuclear weapon, and that Iran is the greatest troublemaker in the Middle East. Middle Eastern countries, the OIC and Arab countries and the rest of the global South feel that it is Israel which is the cause for all the genocide, the confusion and the chaos that has taken place in the Middle East, particularly in Syria, in Lebanon, in Yemen, and in West Bank, and as well as Gaza. So it's two different scenarios. And as far as G7 is concerned, they are mostly Western nations who always been anti-Iran. And under the circumstances, their statement, really speaking, will not carry any convictions either with Iran or with Russia or China or with the global South. Because this sort of a statement from the G7 was expected. Anything contrary would have been something of a surprise. Israel had the initial advantage of a surprise, wherein they not only neutralized 6 of their nuclear sites, but they were able to assassinate quite a few of their senior commanders, both of the IRGC as well as the military, plus certain professors, nuclear scientists, as well as certain important political leaders. That notwithstanding, Iran is beginning to hit back and hit back very, very strongly.
Right.
Iran is not by itself. Iran is going to be supported by, in a very major way, by China, by Russia and North Korea. Should America delve in, a situation will become extremely, extremely dangerous with very major consequences for the entire world. The consequences are going to be far more severe than what is happening between Ukraine and Russia or between Israel and Hamas.
Yes, Major General PK Sehgal, thank you for joining us here on Republic TV, and we will be right back. Viewers, time for a short break, but we'll put a focus on the rising conflict in the Middle East. US President Donald Trump leads G7 summit, and he has ordered a National Security Council meet in the White House now. And the MEM begins evacuation of 10,000 Indian students at Tehran. Batch of 100 Indian students are being evacuated through Armenia. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड भी, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी, क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या बढ़ती चली गई। फिर
आपको वहां से किसका फोन आया जिसने जानकारी दी कि आपकी बहू भी नहीं रही?
ये न्यूज़ चैनल के माध्यम से कि 242 लोगों में से एक बचा, तो 241 का ही था, और उनके फादर उनको छोड़ने गए थे। वो छोड़ के निकले, कुछ दूरी पहुंचे थे, फिर उनको प्लेन हादसे की जानकारी लगी, फिर उनसे बात।
Big updates coming in. We're live and breaking. ED issues fresh summons to Robert Vadra. Robert Vadra likely to appear before ED office today. Vadra summoned in the money laundering probe. That is right. Vadra to appear before ED in arms dealer linked money laundering case. He has skipped earlier summons as usual, citing ill health. And the latest coming in, Robert Vadra will appear before the ED for questioning in a money laundering case. I'll try to go across to a colleague in a short while to understand more details of the case. But remember, he has been skipping the June 10 summons, saying he was not well and had to take a COVID-19 test. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us, who will help us understand more on the story. Riyanka is joining us live. Riyanka, Robert Vadra will be appearing once again before the ED. He skipped the previous summons. Just take our viewers through what this money laundering case is all about. Riyanka.
Robert Vadra once again under the dock right now, where we see that the Enforcement Directorate had issued summons to Robert Vadra once as he could not, attend the summons which was sent to him previously. He cited that he had flu-like symptoms, and he also underwent a COVID-19 test as per protocol. And his advocate, in fact, last time said that he had no intention to miss or skip the summons, which is why we expect Robert Vadra to be at the Enforcement Directorate office for the line of questioning. Now, this case is related to the PMLA, the money laundering case, in links with Sanjay Bhandari, who is a fugitive arms dealer currently in the United Kingdom. And it is said that Robert Vadra and Sanjay Bhandari have been very close aides of each other, which is why Robert Vadra's statement is very crucial to be recorded at this point in time. As there have been extradition process continuing against Sanjay Bhandari in the United Kingdom. We have to see and understand what exactly has been the role of Robert Vadra, because it is a money laundering case related to the illegal arms dealer at this point in time. So yes, we're expecting Robert Vadra to reach the Enforcement Directorate office today for the line of questioning.
All right. Thank you for joining us, Arianka. I will be coming back to you for more on that story. But let's move ahead. After Congress alleged U-turn by central government in the Gazette notification on the 16th census, the Ministry of Home Affairs and the PIB fact-checked the Grand Old Party and busted the misinformation over caste census. Here's more. Take a look.
Congress MP and senior leader Jairam Ramesh said that much touted Gazette notification on the 16th caste census to be conducted in late 2026 and early 2027 has just been issued and is a damn squib. Jairam Ramesh further alleged U-turns by the central government. The Ministry of Home Affairs fact-checked the Congress party, saying that caste census enumeration is a part of the upcoming census. And misleading information is being spread that there is no mention of caste count in the Gazette notification. Not the Home Ministry, the Press Information Bureau too fact-checked the Congress. In a post on social media platform X, PIB said several social media posts are claiming that the central government is not including the caste enumeration in Census 2027. These claims are misleading. PIB further said the government has already announced that the caste enumeration will be conducted along with Census 2027.
Something up is coming in right now, viewers. In a significant decision, the Shiromani Gurdwara Prabandhak Committee has announced that it will not send a group of Sikh pilgrims to Pakistan to mark the death anniversary of Sher Punjab Maharaja Ranjit Singh, which is observed annually on June 29. Sikh pilgrims not to visit Pakistan for Maharaja Ranjit Singh's death anniversary. Let's go straight across to Lalit, who's joining us right now. SGPC cancels Pakistan pilgrimage due to border tensions. Lalit, just take our viewers through the latest coming in.
It's a significant step which has been taken by the Shiromani Prabandhak Gurdwara Committee, SGPC. Every year, a number of groups of the Sikh devotees visits the Sher Punjab Maharaja Ranjit Singh death anniversary in Lahore. But this time, amid tensions between the India and Pakistan, this time the SGPC have taken decision that they will not go to Pakistan amid tensions between the two countries. Apart from that, if we talk about last year, 509 pilgrims have visited the death anniversary of Maharaja Ranjit Singh, which falls on 29th June. If we talk about Maharaja Ranjit Singh, who is also known as the Sher Punjab, he was born in Gujranwala, which now falls in Pakistan, and every year to commemorate the number of functions of Maharaja Ranjit Singh, a group of pilgrims always visits to Pakistan. Yes. But this time, due to the amid tensions between the two countries, the SGPC have scrapped off this decision. Back to the studio.
That is right. Thank you for joining us, Lalit, with all those details. I'm taking a very short break now, viewers, but much more coming up. We are live and breaking. Coming up next, we'll talk about Prime Minister Modi, who is in Canada for the G7 summit. Plus, Air India flight from San Francisco to Mumbai suffers engine snag in Kolkata. Passengers deplane. Stay tuned, viewers.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड भी, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
पंद्रह साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। हाँ। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं, वो एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है क्या। हाँ। और वाया फ्लाइट था। हाँ। तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे, यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको लंदन जाना था। हाँ। UK जाना था।
तो उसमें छोटी बच्ची भी थी, मतलब कितनी उम्र के लोग थे? उनकी उम्र क्या थी?
वो एक की 4 है और एक की शायद मेरे ख्याल से 8 है। 4 या 6 ऐसा कुछ है लड़की की।
कब से रह रहे थे, क्या करते थे वहाँ पे?
On prime time, we're not just reading the news, we are leading it with responsibility. Every night, we're asking tough questions, breaking the biggest stories, and setting the national agenda. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to front the news with confidence, clarity, and conviction. RSJ Diploma begins June 30th. Your prime time starts here.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिकर।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्टर तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ।
है ना अंकल, सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ।
और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना?
ये मिला।
हाँ? हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी, क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या बढ़ती चली गई। फिर
आपको वहां से किसका फोन आया जिसने जानकारी दी कि आपकी बहू भी नहीं रही?
ये न्यूज़ चैनल के माध्यम से कि 242 लोगों में से एक बचा, तो 241 का ही था, और उनके फादर उनको छोड़ने गए थे। वो छोड़ के निकले, कुछ दूरी पहुँचे थे, फिर उनको प्लेन हादसे की जानकारी लगी। फिर उनसे बातचीत करी तो उन्होंने बताया कि प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, बिटिया उसी में ही थी।
16 तारीख को शायद हरप्रीत के जो हस्बैंड हैं रॉबी, उनका बर्थडे था, उनसे मिलने जा रही थी।
हाँ जी, पहले 19 को जा रही थी, 16 को बर्थडे था, तो बेटे के साथ उसने प्लान किया कि यूरोप भी घूमेंगे साथ में हम, तो वो इस हिसाब से 12 तारीख को निकल गई थी। 15 तारीख को यूरोप घूमने की तैयारी थी उनकी। जी।
हादसे के लिए आप सर किसको जिम्मेदार मानते हैं? एयर इंडिया में पहले भी कई शिकायतें आती रही हैं, तो इस हादसे का जिम्मेदार किसे मानते हैं आप?
सर, ये तो मैं नहीं कह सकता, पर ऐसा पूरा जानकारी है कि इससे अच्छा बोइंग कोई सी भी नहीं है, कोई सा भी नहीं है। पता नहीं क्यों ये दुखद घटना हुई, किस कारण से हुई, इसके बारे में कैसे कह सकता हूँ मैं, टेक्निकल जानकारी नहीं है सर मुझे।
दोनों इंजन फेल हुए एक साथ?
हाँ, ये बड़ा आश्चर्य, बस एक ही प्रश्न है कि दोनों इंजन एक साथ जाना, बड़ा आश्चर्य का लगा।
अभी वहाँ ATS भी पहुँच गई है जांच करने के लिए, तो जांच होना चाहिए इस एंगल पे भी कि कुछ षड्यंत्र तो नहीं?
बिल्कुल जांच क्यों नहीं होना चाहिए सर। 242 लोग हैं, 242 में उनके परिवार पे क्या गुजरी है, सबसे बड़ी बात।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. It's 10 a.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Deepak Suresh Kumar, and our focus will be on the air scares as well as the US military assets, its aerial assets now mobilizing in the Europe. What could this mean? Does this mean that there is a broader regional conflict that's escalating, or what is this situation mean for Iran? We'll get you all this and much more after a quick check on the headlines we're tracking. PM Modi lands in Canada to participate in the 51st G7 summit. Air India flight from San Francisco to Mumbai suffers engine snag in Kolkata, passengers deplaned. Air India Express flight diverted back to Delhi due to technical glitch. Flight was heading to Ranchi. Amid rising conflict in Middle East, US President Donald Trump leaves G7 summit midway, orders National Security Council meeting in the White House. Fierce fighting between Iran and Israel continues. Trump says everyone should evacuate Tehran immediately. MEA begins evacuation of 10,000 Indian students in Tehran. Batch of 100 students being evacuated via Armenia. First up, viewers, another air scare to the string of air scares involving Air India flights. This one from San Francisco to Mumbai via Kolkata. This Air India flight has encountered a technical glitch when it made a pit stop in Kolkata. According to the reports that we have, a technical snag was witnessed in one of its engines, requiring the passengers to be deplaned during the scheduled halt at Kolkata airport. Flight AI 180 arrived on time at the city airport at around 12:45 a.m. But a technical snag in the left engine has delayed the takeoff at about 5:20 a.m. this morning. An announcement was made in the aircraft asking all the passengers to deplane. The captain of the plane also told the passengers that the decision was made in the interest of flight safety. In fact, Shivangi is joining us live from our newsroom. Shivangi, a very good morning to you. This is another Air India flight which has run into a technical snag, and it has raised a lot of concerns about passenger safety. What is the latest that we have?
That is right. This is one more case coming in, and we were highlighting the story for our viewers. This is not just one story which came in today. There are three such incidents that we have reported on today itself. And we have told our viewers that for the past few days, whether it's a domestic Air India flight flying internationally or a domestic Air India flight flying within the country, we have seen these technical snags where detours have been made, stopovers like in this case, emergency landings. Not new, Deepak, not new. Many questions being raised, but also it's very important for our viewers to understand that the passenger safety is something of utmost importance, and there's more pressure on Air India right now, given the fact that we saw that heart-wrenching incident which took place a few days ago. That's the Ahmedabad, the plane crash. Post that, Air India is under the radar. Investigation agencies are definitely going ahead and looking at their fleets, looking at their SOPs that they are following, looking at their systems. So this is one more case which is coming out. However, the technical issue was found right on time, Deepak, and that is why the stopover was made and the plane stopped. It did not continue till the technical glitches were looked at. Even though this is good in terms of early scanning of technical glitches, the big question remains that why are these technical glitches happening in the first place, Deepak?
Right, Shivangi, stay on with me. Let's also help our viewers understand what the situation has been in the last 24 hours for those dozens of passengers who have chosen Air India to commute to their destinations. First, yesterday we told you all about Hong Kong to Delhi flight which made a U-turn. This after a technical snag was witnessed on the airplane, and it was a mid-air glitch that has forced it to return to Hong Kong. A landing was made in Hong Kong before it reached the national capital. All the passengers were safely deboarded. Now, while this is about AI315, let's also tell you about SV3112. That was the Jeddah to Lucknow flight, which was again, had sparks and smokes coming out of its wheels. It was an emergency situation there, but in the right nick of time, the fire department at the airport and the rescue personnel stepped in, and all passengers, around 250 of them, were deplaned. Along with that, let's also tell you about what exactly happened on the Delhi to Ranchi Air India flight, which we just told you about this morning. This flight was also forced to make a U-turn because of a technical issue. The plane was supposed to land in Ranchi, but mid-air technical glitch forced Air India to take a U-turn and land the plane back in the national capital. The flight ops resumed after inspection and clearance. The question is, why weren't these checks done? Now, viewers, moving on to some more breaking news that we are tracking. The United States has been bolstering its military presence in the Europe and the Mediterranean amid rising tensions. Recently, the US deployed dozens of aerial refueling tankers to Europe as it weighs options for potential involvement in the Israel-Iran conflict. Additionally, the Navy has dispatched the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier to the Middle East from the Pacific. Strategic bombers, including B-52 Stratofortress, are also being deployed to the US-European Command's area of responsibility for military exercises with NATO allies and partners, demonstrating the US's commitment to global security and stability. This is the US there bolstering its presence, moving its aerial assets to Europe. And what we understand is that this is a major escalation in the Middle East. Is the US preparing for a direct military strike if Iran chooses to cross the red line? We have Major Samarpal Tur joining us live on this broadcast. A very good morning to you, sir. We have seen how the US is now mobilizing its bombers and refueling aircrafts in Europe. Do you think that this is US is a prelude to a direct involvement in the Iran-Israel conflict?
As far as the open source information is concerned, this is an indicator for one of the exercises which is due in Europe. These are the NATO exercises which are called the Europe Defender or the Air Defender exercises. So this is one of the critical exercises that NATO is holding. Now the issue with the reliability of the world military exercises has been, dissolved or lost its reputation, because since Russia invaded Ukraine in the name of military exercise, so any country now which claims they're going in for a military exercise can actually result in an actual military operation. So keeping that in mind, I'm very sure that Russia is on high alert. And moreover, if we logically see, the movement of these aircrafts are from US to eastwards, eastern side of US. So Houston, Texas, all these states are providing them a passage to come, because they are coming in big quantities. So the thing is that the KC-136 is a very old fleet. It has a flight range of 17,000 kilometers. And the new version of the fuel tankers, they are being replaced by KC-46. So they have a range of 19,500 kilometers. So the tactical advantage is that, yes, looking at the Israel and the Iran scenario at the present moment, these fuel tankers will definitely be used for supporting Israel and Israeli fighter jets in the oceans as well as on land. So this is one priority. Second is, in case if Israel gets overwhelmed in the coming days by the barrage of missile launches by Iran, then probably 101% these fuel tankers are going to be used by the B-1 and B-2 strategic bombers, and probably they are going in for greater depth in terms of targeting key strategic locations and assets in Iran by the United States of America.
Major Samarpal Tur, how do you think Iran will perceive this? Do you think it's perceiving this as deterrence or provocation?
See, this is definitely being perceived as a scene of provocation. And the second aspect is that, Iran is left out in terms of allies. Even Pakistan, yesterday the claim was something else, and today the statements have changed, and Pakistan is claiming that it has sealed the borders with Iran, whereas there were reports, intelligence reports, that Pakistan has supplied Shaheen missiles to the Iranian regime. So it depends whether Pakistan can risk its relationship with US by taking such a step by supporting Iran. And it is a very tightrope for the Arab nations when to call it quits and when to halt this war. And thirdly, the presence of Russians in Iran, because there are Russian personnel who are deployed presently in Iran. Their weapon systems are being handled by the Russians. Most of the missile systems are joint programs with the Russians. There is presence of North Koreans also in Iran. So basically, Iran has a rut of all the rogue nations, mostly that of North Korea. So let's see what is there in the coming days, because as you would connect that the missiles that are dropping in Ukraine are of North Korean origin, the K-10 missiles. So definitely it will not be surprising to see presence of North Koreans and Russians in Iran to help Iran rebut this aggression or this war imposed on them by Israel and by the Americans. So it's going to be a very big juggernaut in terms of geopolitics amongst East versus West right now, as we are witnessing it.
Well,
and yes, if somebody is speculating that have we entered the Third World War, I definitely believe that it is an undeclared Third World War, which is already underway from the Russia and Ukraine war, and now spilling over into Iran versus Israel and America getting into it.
Major, if you think that this is an undeclared World War III, what are the consequences for the rest of the world?
See, firstly, inflation and economies are going to take a hit. Then all the airways and the waterways are going to be restricted to a certain limit. There will be off limits for trade and trading vessels, and there will be restriction of movement of many individuals. There will be a lot of supply chain management disruptions which will be taking place. As we have witnessed, Haifa has taken a lot of hit, and Iran's oil supplies have definitely taken a hit. There have been called the black tankers or the undeclared sea tankers, which used to take the fuel and go and distribute it midway to other oil tankers in the middle of the ocean. So that was something like, the biggest black marketing of the Iranian oil, which used to get Iran $60 billion in a year. So Iran was actually developing its public infrastructure as well as the military infrastructure and the nuclear program through this oil smuggling. And now that is going to take a hit. There is going to be a restriction. There's going to be a naval blockade. There is, Israel is claiming that it has air superiority right now as we speak over Tehran. So many things in question. But the biggest question is, will there be troops on the ground in Iran is the big question. And contemplating all this, USS Nimitz and its fleet has moved towards Iran. So definitely there is something brewing. 101% Israeli troops are not going to land into Iran, but US troops, yes, they have all the very chances of doing that in the coming week.
Major, the next 24 hours are very, very crucial. And, although we might think that this is a NATO exercise, but it also seems like Pentagon is activating its contingency plans for a wider Middle East conflict.
You see, Israel has a limitation. The Arrow, David Sling, the Iron Dome, they have the limitations. They have already been stretched beyond their limits, and there is a certain extent to which they can be again replenished and brought back into action at the earliest. So I think now it's going to be almost a week that the missile barrages.
Major, I'm sorry to interrupt you here. We also have our executive editor joining us live from Washington, D.C. Aishwarya Kapoor, our executive editor, is live from Washington, D.C. even as the drama unfolds. A very good morning to you, Aishwarya, from India here. What's happening at the White House? Because Donald Trump has left G7 summit midway, claiming that there is a high-level meeting that will be chaired in the White House. Tell us about the latest that's happening.
Well, he has landed in Maryland. His Marine One Deepak has already landed on the south lawns of the White House. And as Major Tool was saying, that this is just the beginning. And here in White House, I can just confirm you, it's midnight, but then you can see the top officers of the White House who are there, present in the Oval, and then in different offices. The complete top brass of the Trump establishment is present even at this hour. The very fact that the American president left G7 prior and landed back in DC gives a clear message to the world, and a slight comment, a very slight comment by the American president to the media which were present at the G7 that anyone who is in Tehran should leave, has sent out a rippling effect across the globe, and that can be felt here in DC as well. Everyone wants to know, after more and more information coming in, that more than 30, and I repeat, more than 30 US military aircrafts landing in Europe, it's sending a very, very clear message that America is joining in this war between Iran and Israel. It is no more, and I repeat, it is no more just a verbal support. America is putting boots on ground. America is going to use the might of its military, which in fact is very clear, is a force which Iran cannot counter. And now America is going to come in full support of Israel. You can see these live visuals of the Air Force One of the American President Donald Trump landing in the US. He is back in US. It's midnight here, and he's already chairing not one but multiple meetings. And what we could confirm to you is that is complete top brass. And as Major Tool was also giving us a clear message, that we are getting these live visuals coming in of the US President Donald Trump departing from the Calgary airport en route to Washington. So these are the visuals which are coming in a few minutes prior, because we have been confirmed that he has landed here in DC. So these are visuals coming in from the Wire Agency AP of Air Force One leaving from Calgary a few, I believe, around 50 minutes prior from now, because that is what the flight time is between Calgary and DC. But These are very, very turbulent times, and we could just confirm to you, after Donald Trump deciding to leave the G7 prior, 24 hours prior, in fact, in leaving the top world leaders, we have seen a statement coming in from Emmanuel Macron that the complete G7 urges for peace, but it's a clear message with 30 plus US military planes landing in Europe and the American president landing back in DC, leaving G7 right in the middle, that US and Donald Trump are not taking it lightly. After the last 24 hours, what we've seen, the kind of devastation we've seen in Tel Aviv, and also the whole and the very fact that the refinery of Israel was directly hit by Iran. Now, what we are being told, that America is not only going to provide verbal support, but open military support. Till now, it was covert, but now it seems a major tour. It is going to turn from covert to overt. Back to you, Deepak and Major Tour.
Right, Aishwarya, many thanks for joining us, but stay on with us. We also have Major Samarpar Tour also with us. Major, do you think that the CENTCOM is now silently activating its southern Europe base for any potential escalation? And do you think that all of this is Iran's own doing? Because Sunday there was a second round of talks on its nuclear front, and it called it meaningless. And now Donald Trump there issuing a warning, an evacuation warning, and then mobilizing his air assets there. How do you look at this going forward?
See, this is definitely, the reason being why America is getting suddenly activated is because Iran has already been stockpiling its ballistic missile program for a number of years. I mean, nuclear program was one of their main objectives, but simultaneously they were already stockpiling and making massive stockpiles of intercontinental ballistic missiles, and they have a good technology to back them, and a majority of the scientists who are working hand in glove with the Iranian scientists were the North Korean scientists. And now, as I told you earlier, that North Korean missiles are being used by the Russian forces against the Ukrainians. So definitely there has been you could say arms race, and it is a cause of great concern, and it is going to spill over.
Well, Major, this could also be seen as a pressure on Iran to, let go of its military nuclear program. But do you think that Iran will give in to this pressure?
If you could please repeat your question, please.
Major, this is seen as, the US, Israel building pressure on Iran, to stop working on its nuclear program. But the question is, will Iran really give in to this pressure?
See, Iran, Ayatollahs and the Islamic regime, it is with great difficulty that they had overthrown the Shah. And I don't think that they will go down without a fight. Even if they are going to go down in the fight, they will ensure that the maximum destruction is going to take place, because the local populace of Iran itself is against the rulers of Iran. They are very well aware of it. That is one of the major reasons why Mossad got the maximum support of the Iranian people. And keeping this in mind, the Ramstein air base in Germany and the Lakeheath
Major, sorry to interrupt you. Our executive editor Aishwarya Kapoor also has a question for you.
Today. Major, a lot of questions are being asked around the world today, and here in DC as well, and back across the globe, that what about the mighty Iron Dome? What about all that bravado of Israel, all that bravado of Benjamin Netanyahu, and all that military? Yes, Israel has been in support of India. India has made it clear that we want peace. Prime Minister Modi is at the G7. Prime Minister Modi and our Foreign Office has already spoken to both Iran and Israel. But the manner in which in the last 36 hours, Iran has hit out on Israel in Tel Aviv, on their military and their social important institutions, including their reactors, including their oil refineries. America, it's a desperate move, because what Iran and the supporters of Iran are trying to propagate in the international media as a PR is that, look, we are forcing the American president to leave the G7, Deepak. That is the message which the pro-Iranian supporters are trying to propagate, that we are forcing the American president to leave the G7 in the middle of it. That is what the Iranian power is today. That is their message. Major Tour. That is what they are trying to propagate. And these are live visuals, by the way, coming in from the Calgary airport. Yeah.
Major, your comments.
As far as Iran is concerned, see, they have one of the largest oil reserves and natural gas reserves in the world. And see, when a country owns such natural resources, it is evidently clear that it is for humankind, for all of the world to consume it. So definitely all the countries in the West would definitely not be in sync with the United States or in favor of United States getting into war. We have seen the destruction of Syria. We have seen the overnight smuggling of billions of liters of oil by the Americans. So definitely the G5 is not going to take the war of Iran getting exaggerated by the participation of US. Yes, as far as the nuclear point is concerned, they have decimated their nuclear sites, and IAEA has confirmed that there has been a radioactive leak also in few locations. So keeping all this in mind, what Israel wanted to achieve has been achieved. But you see, look at the modern warfare. The drones took out 40 bomber aircraft of Russia, which missiles could not do it. So see, warfare is totally changed. The drones, it takes 9 hours from Iran for the drones to reach Israel. So that is the first wave. Simultaneously, by the time these drones reach Israel,
the world is watching. The world is also watching that the American president has been forced by Iran to leave the G7 meeting in Canada in the middle. You cannot negate that. We are seeing a flurry of information which is being propagated on both social media and on proper national media of several countries, beg your pardon, that how they are propagating this fact that how Iran in the last 36 hours, by decimating certain cities in Israel, by decimating their power plants, by decimating certain high-rise buildings in Tel Aviv, has literally pushed Donald Trump, the American president, the so-called most powerful man in the world, Deepak, the so-called most powerful president of a country which thought that it could just remove Iran from the global map in a whiff, has forced Donald Trump to leave G7, which is single-handedly one of the single most important international meetings, in the middle, and come back and address this situation. For them, it's a victory, because that is what they are trying to say. Major Tour. So something is, basically according to them, something is right that they've done. That is what Iran, if you see, social media is full of it. Iran is trying to propagate this point that, look, we have done this right. We have forced Donald Trump to leave G7 in the middle and come back to DC. We all know what is going to happen now. Once the wrath of the American army,
bombings that have taken place last night in Israel
on Iran,
has almost decimated Haifa.
Yes, Rajatu, sorry.
I got the information yesterday from my friends who are posted there. They've informed me, they've told me that Haifa has taken a major hit, and majority of the trading operations have been halted in Israel, in Haifa. The key locations, the key bridges, the key hangars which were there for lifting of the containers, the cranes have been destroyed. There has been massive damage, and you see, there is a certain limit, there is a certain turnaround time for the Arrow, David Sling and Iron Dome to be replenished. So it's been almost 5 days non-stop, and so there will be a time where there will be a time when it will be overwhelmed. There will be delay in replenishment of these defense systems. And mind you, Iran is also getting support from Russia. It is getting support from North Korea. It is getting support from China. So it is mainly undeclared war amongst East versus West. These are just platforms or territories where the weapon systems of the East versus West are meeting against each other. And do not be surprised that the shifting of USS Nimitz may result in China advancing to Taiwan.
US and Russia, which in turn, Deepak, will answer your question, which you were just asking few minutes prior to Major Tour, that is it turning into a World War III?
It is. It already has. It already has, because see, it will be evidently clear.
Major Samarpal Dur and Aishwarya, I'm really sorry to interrupt you all, but it's time for us to slip into a very, very short break. But hold your thoughts. We'll be right back on the other side with more details of PM Modi in Canada for the G7 summit, and also the United States mobilizing its aerial assets in southern Europe. Stay tuned.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
पंद्रह साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे।
हाँ।
तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
Very good morning. We are live and breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. The Israel-Iran conflict enters day 5. G7 joint statement out on the conflict. And Donald Trump leaves G7, goes back to the United States. All this and much more coming right up. But as usual, the headlines first. Let's get started. United States moves 30 Air Force bomber aircraft closer to Europe. Engine snag in San Francisco to Mumbai Air India flight. Another Ranchi-bound Air India Express flight diverted after technical issue. Prime Minister Modi reaches Canada to attend the G7 summit. Israel-Iran escalation overshadows G7 joint statement, says Iran can never have nuke. US President Donald Trump leaves G7 summit midway, orders National Security Council meet in the White House. Evacuation of 10,000 Indian students at Tehran begins. Batch of hundreds Indian students being evacuated through Armenia. Breaking news coming in. G7 issues first statement on Iran-Israel ceasefire. The statement says, we the leaders of G7 reiterate our commitment to peace and stability in the Middle East. In this context, we affirm that Israel has a right to defend itself. We reiterate our support for Israel's security. We also affirm the importance of protecting civilians. Iran is a main source of instability and terrorism in the region. We have always been clear that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. This is a huge update coming in, viewers, where we see that there's a joint statement which has now been released, and it's a big warning to Iran Very clearly, G7 is saying no nuclear weapons are allowed. That is right. G7 is also backing Israel. That's the second highlight of this statement, where we see that a group of 7 nations express support for Israel and label its rival Iran as a source of instability in the Middle East. The statement is also calling for peace and stability in that region. Now, remember that it's been 5 days that we are seeing a back-to-back escalation with Iran and Israel. Israel has attacked Iran with airstrikes, raising alarms in the region, and Iran has also struck Israel back. And we'll get to our viewers with updates on this story. But right now, being joined by a guest, we are being joined by Major General A.K. Sivach, a defense expert, joining us here on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us, Major General. And sir, you know, there's so many things happening right now when it comes to Israel-Iran conflict. But I think our viewers would like to know, how does the G7 statement on the conflict help our viewers understand how will that play out as the Iran-Israel conflict has entered day 5?
You know, one thing is very clear, that the statement is loud and clear as far as G7 is concerned. They have all joined together to state that the Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. And basically why the Israel has attacked on Iran is to neutralize those nuclear weapons, because Iran was on the verge of preparing a nuclear weapon. So the point, this issue becomes very clear that the whole world is now, and especially the top 7 nations, they want that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon, because this will increase the instability in Middle East and in the whole world. So I suppose this is a very bold statement, and first time that they have joined together, everyone is speaking the same language as far as Iran is concerned, and this will go a long way. Now, will the war stop? Will the war continue? It all depends as to how much US will play a role. I feel as far as Iran is concerned, it wants now a negotiation, it wants a ceasefire, because the point is that Iran is now battered completely by Israel. Israel has a much stronger air power. It is able to neutralize its nuclear installation, energy facilities, as well as its fighting capability. And I suppose whether Israel accepts this or not, the time will tell. But the pressure is on US now that they are the one which hold the key to this problem. But certainly one can say now the G7 meeting, one thing is very clear, that the whole world is of one voice, that Iran must not have a nuclear weapons in near future.
That's right. Okay, we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. But before that, these are pictures of Donald Trump leaving the G7 summit midway. Remember that Donald Trump has decided to leave the summit, go back to the White House and hold a meeting in the Situation Room. So pictures coming in of Trump cutting short the G7 visit, urging Iranians to evacuate Tehran immediately, and also leaving Canada to rush back to Washington as the conflict has entered the 5th day. The White House has said that US President was leaving the gathering of world leaders because of what's going on in the Middle East. So that is what the White House said, that he is leaving, quote unquote, because of what's going on in the Middle East. But from what we understand, Trump has instructed his national security team to be ready in the White House when he arrives, be ready in the Situation Room. Situation Room is a crisis management center that serves as a hub for US intelligence and national security decision making. So he's asking his team to be ready there once he arrives. He will be holding a meeting. And like the White House has dropped a hint there, this will be regarding what's going on in the Middle East. Speaking of that, remember that Donald Trump had asked Iranians to evacuate Tehran immediately. Now, that statement had come in a short while back. He had reiterated that Iran should have signed a nuclear deal with the United States. First on Republic TV, visuals of the US President Donald Trump, who is now leaving, I repeat, leaving the G7 summit midway. This is the departure from Canada, and he will be moving towards Washington, D.C. And Donald Trump waving to the cameras as he's leaving. And remember that he's cut his visit extremely short. And this announcement has come just moments before the G7 joint statement, which is leading to speculations that Donald Trump is not very happy with the joint statement. That is right. This is also one of the indications coming in that has Trump signed the joint G7 statement on Iran, because the G7 statement on Iran is already out, and Donald Trump has left just when the G7 statement is released by the leader. So this is a back-to-back updates coming in here, Republic TV, where Trump is leaving G7 summit due to the Middle East situation. The G7 is already finding unity when it comes to conflicts in Ukraine and between Israel and Iran, as Trump has expressed support for Putin, and he has urged Iranians to leave Tehran as soon as possible. So Trump has made his stance clear. Now he has left the G7 summit midway. Yes, let's go straight across to Major General A.K. Sivach, defense expert, joining us right now. G7 has been having some trouble trying to find unity over the conflicts, whether it be the Middle East conflict, the Israel-Iran conflict, or the Russia-Ukraine war. It looks like that Trump is really not on the same page like the other leaders. Major General.
Two, three issues. One, as far as Russia-Ukraine war is concerned, it is not on the same page. In fact, the other G7 countries are always demanding that we need to support Ukraine more. And also the US should also support now. There he may not be on the same page. He is reluctant to support Ukraine unconditionally. But as far as you can say Israel and Iran conflict, which is now entering on the 5th day. Now the fact that they have approved a joint statement wherein it states that Iran must not have nuclear weapon. I think that it speaks of a great volume, because the US wanted that way. I suppose, considering the Trump personality, going midway from G7 is a very normal for him. He came out from JCPO, Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action in 2018. He came from Paris Climate, deal which was there. So his focus is basically, as on today, on Israel-Iran war, because that may go out of hand. Now, possibly he want to take stock of the situation, because Iran is now not in a state to fight longer war. Iran want to now have a truce, and it is already sent a filler to US. And I suppose Donald Trump can pressurize Israel also, that they can have, sort of a ceasefire, and also Iran come back on the negotiating table with US. They were to have a 6th meeting in Oman, which has been now postponed. So I suppose this is more critical now, rather than staying in a G7 meeting. After the joint statement, nothing much is left. And I suppose Donald Trump focus is more on the current situation of Israel-Iran war. And I am also, very certain that as far as Donald Trump is concerned, he also does not want this war to prolong. In any way, he doesn't want US to get involved into this war. He wants Iran must come back to negotiating table and make sure that Iran does not have weapon in future.
All right, and also Donald Trump has expressed strong support for Israel's airstrikes on Iranian nuclear facilities, describing them as excellent and very successful. But he has also called for a diplomatic solution. Thank you for joining us there, Major General P.K. Sehgal. My apologies, Major General A.K. Sivach. And I will be coming back on this to the story. At the same time, there's some more breaking news coming in where Indian students are being evacuated from Tehran. The batch of 100 students being evacuated from Tehran through Armenia. MEA sets up 24/7 emergency control room in Tehran, and emergency lines have been opened up for students. So Indian students being evacuated from Tehran. And a batch of 100 Indian students are being evacuated as we speak right now. Now, I also want to tell our viewers that a lot of Indian students are studying in Tehran, in areas of Iran. Especially, a lot of students are pursuing a medical degree there, and they are from all across India, from different states. They have there are reports of them being in Iran, Indian students saying that they are facing a lot of issues there. All night, explosions, anxiety. And now the Indian students are being evacuated from Tehran. The MEA has made it very, very clear that these students are being relocated. And there's a 24/7 emergency control room in Tehran, and emergency lines have been opened up for these students. I really have to move ahead right now because we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. West Bengal CM Mamta Banerjee has courted controversy after she displayed lack of empathy for the victims of the Kidarpur market fire. CM Mamta tells victims that it was their fault. More than 1,300 shops were gutted in a fire that burned down the market area in Kidarpur locality of southwest Kolkata. The livelihoods of thousands of local traders were destroyed in the fire accident that took place in early hours of Monday. This is the Kidarpur fire which had taken place, and the fire victims are slamming Mamta Banerjee, saying that she is not showing empathy in this case. Now, West Bengal CM Mamta Banerjee had visited this market in that area, the Kidarpur area where the fire broke out on Sunday night. And post that, we see that the victims have slammed Mamta Banerjee, saying that she's not showing empathy towards them. Now, remember, this is a massive blaze. So on the left hand of the screen, you can see what happened after the blaze was ignited. This is the Kolkata market completely in flames. Around 1,300 shops were completely gutted. It's a massive blaze in Kolkata's Kidarpur area in the wee hours of Monday took place, and it gutted hundreds of shops in the market area. We saw that fire engines were rushed to the spot. The fire was controlled, but at the same time, we see that even after CM Mamta Banerjee visited the spot and offered compensation to all the affected shop owners, we are learning that in the latest coming in, the victims there have said that she displayed a lack of empathy. We have to move ahead right now, viewers. We're getting some more updates coming in. Let's go ahead to the other big story we're tracking right now. A fresh language-related confrontation has surfaced in Bengaluru, where a senior citizen and a businesswoman clashed over compliance with the BBMP's language policy for commercial signage, and the heated exchange took place in the city's locality of Begur, which has now gone viral on social media, once again highlighting the very huge tensions we're seeing there over a linguistic identity in Karnataka. Now, the argument stemmed from a BBMP rule mandating that 60% of text on all business signboards have to be in Kannada. So, fresh language-related confrontation has surfaced. You can see that it's between a senior citizen and a businesswoman. They're clashing over compliance with the BBMP's language policy for commercial signages and boards. Now, this took place, and then now this entire incident has gone viral on social media, highlighting the tensions we are seeing when it comes to language in the state of Karnataka. All right, let's go straight across to some more updates coming in right now. We are getting some more updates at this time from the G7 summit once again. PM Modi to meet Zelensky on the sidelines of the G7 summit. Huge update coming in right now. My colleague and a senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, joins us on the phone line. Abhishek, Prime Minister Modi will be meeting Zelensky in Canada, and this is very important to note because bilateral meetings are going to happen between Prime Minister Modi and other world leaders, but especially Zelensky meeting is very important given the fact that the Russia-Ukraine war is ongoing, and Prime Minister Modi will be meeting Zelensky very soon.
Well, yes. The few bilaterals that have been planned or that have got fixed till now that are to take place on the sidelines of G7 summit for Prime Minister Modi. The one that caught our attention was the one with Zelensky. Prime Minister is having a bilateral with him. And then, of course, he's going to meet Canada's Prime Minister, Mark Carney. And apart from that, there are a couple of more bilaterals, including with Germany Chancellor Merz and Giorgia Meloni of Italy. These are the confirmations that we have. So 4 bilaterals with Zelensky, Chancellor Merz, with Prime Minister Meloni and Prime Minister Carney. And maybe there would be a couple of more depending on time available. And we will have to see how it pans out. But Prime Minister getting into the business of hectic engagements there after landing, and as the day forms up here and of course overnight there, depending on what all can be achieved, more engagements would be squeezed. Of course, it's unlikely that a meeting with President Trump is possible now, given the fact that he's already announced that he's leaving Canada for the situation in Middle East and to monitor it close from the White House. So that was one big meeting that was expected and has not taken place. But yes, these 4 meetings that I mentioned are going to take place. The one with the Canadian Prime Minister Carney and Ukrainian President Zelensky taking their own tally.
That was right. And you know, Abhishek, we're getting some more information that it's not just Zelensky that Prime Minister Modi is meeting. So bilateral meetings are going to take place. And we're talking about with Germany, Canada, Ukraine, Italy. Multiple world leaders will be meeting Prime Minister Modi, Abhishek. And that too, this is G7 summit, a summit of all major advanced economies. All right, we will connect back with Abhishek on that. But PM Zelensky meet due at the G7 summit. Bilateral meetings to be taking place in Canada as the G7 summit continues. We are taking a short break. Viewers, do not go anywhere. We are tracking the biggest stories here. United States moves 30 Air Force bomber aircraft closer to Europe. Plus, engine snag in San Francisco to Mumbai Air India flight. Another Ranchi-bound Air India flight has been diverted after technical issue.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी, क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या बढ़ती चली गई। फिर
आपको वहां से किसका फोन आया जिसने जानकारी दी कि आपकी बहू भी नहीं रही?
ये न्यूज़ चैनल के माध्यम से कि 242 लोगों में से एक बचा, तो 241 का ही था, और उनके फादर उनको छोड़ने गए थे। वो छोड़ के निकले, कुछ दूरी पहुंचे थे, फिर उनको प्लेन हादसे की जानकारी लगी। फिर उनसे बातचीत करी तो उन्होंने बताया कि प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, बिटिया उसी में ही थी।
Welcome back, viewers. The Financial Action Task Force has strongly condemned the April 22nd terror, highlighting Pakistan's role in dastardly terror attack. Here's a report. Take a look.
The Financial Action Task Force, or the FATF, has strongly condemned the April 22nd terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam that killed 26 people. The FATF highlighted that the attack couldn't have happened without financial backing and the ability to move funds across terror networks. FATF's latest reaction on Pahalgam terror attack is significant and could help India push to include Pakistan in the grey list. Notably, Pakistan was on FATF's grey list from 2018 to 2022 due to its terror activities. India has been pushing for Pakistan's return to the grey list, citing Islamabad's failure to fully implement anti-terror laws. New Delhi has also provided FATF with evidence related to Islamabad's terror infrastructure. The global terror financing watchdog, FATF, is yet to release a detailed report on terror financing patterns of Pakistan.
And viewers, much more coming right up. We'll be focusing on other stories we're tracking right now. Prime Minister Modi is in Canada for the G7 summit and has many bilateral meetings with top world leaders lined up. And amid rising conflict in the Middle East, US President Trump leaves G7 summit midway, orders National Security Council meeting in the White House. Stay tuned.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
विमल में गुलिस्तान की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Each night on prime time, we don't just bring you the news. We lead it with responsibility, asking the toughest questions, breaking the biggest stories, setting the national agenda. At the Republic School of Journalism, you learn how to front the news with clarity, confidence, and conviction. The RSJ Diploma program begins on the 30th of June. Your prime time starts here.
विमल में गुलिस्तान के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। 15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे।
हाँ।
तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
यहाँ से अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं, वो एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे का, और वाया फ्लाइट था, तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे। यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको लंदन जाना था, यूके जाना था।
तो उसमें छोटी बच्ची भी थी, मतलब कितनी उम्र के लोग थे? उनकी उम्र क्या थी?
वो एक की 4 है और एक की शायद मेरे ख्याल से 8 है। 4 या 6 ऐसा कुछ है लड़की के।
कब से रह रहे थे, क्या करते थे वहाँ पे?
होटल मैनेजमेंट का ये था उनका जॉब, और 15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हर पीढ़ी।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with Republic TV. You're watching live and breaking this Tuesday with me, Oyona Mitra. We are tracking the developments in the Middle East very, very closely for you as Iran and Israel escalate hostilities for a 5th consecutive day. Tracking that and a lot more for you, but first the headlines at 11 a.m. United States moves 30 Air Force bombers aircraft closer to Europe. Engine snag in San Francisco to Mumbai Air India flight. Another Ranchi-bound Air India Express flight diverted after technical issue. Prime Minister Modi reaches Canada to attend G7 summit. Israel-Iran escalation overshadows G7 summit. Joint statement says Iran can never have nukes. US President Donald Trump leaves G7 summit midway, orders National Security Council meet in the White House. Evacuation of 10,000 Indian students in Tehran begins. Batch of 100 Indian students being evacuated via Armenia. All right, we were starting this edition with some breaking news coming in. The United States has been bolstering its military presence in Europe and the Mediterranean amid rising tensions. Now, recently, the United States has deployed dozens of aerial refueling tankers to Europe as it weighs options for potential involvement in the Israel-Iran conflict. Now, additionally, the U.S. Navy has dispatched the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier to the Middle East from the Pacific. Strategic bombers, including the B-52 Stratofortresses, are also being deployed to the US-European Command area of responsibility for military exercises with NATO allies and partners, demonstrating the US commitment to global security and stability. This is the latest breaking news that we're tracking in. The US has mobilized more. We have the US mobilizing more reinforcements to the Middle East amid escalating tensions. And joining me live on this broadcast for more is Terry Newman. He's a geopolitical expert. And we also have our executive editor, Aishwarya Kapoor, joining me live from Washington, D.C. Aishwarya, my first question goes to you. The U.S. has rushed more reinforcements to the Middle East. This as President Donald Trump has cut short his G7 summit and is headed back to D.C. as we speak. How do you read this given the escalating situation in the Middle East?
Well, absolutely, Iona. It's 1:30 in the morning at this very point of time in DC, but the White House lights are on. White House is active. the White House press office is working as their president is en route. It's a 4-hour, 30-minute flight from Calgary, from where Donald Trump has just left. But the very fact that the American president had to leave a very important G7 meeting in Canada and come back to DC is a clear message that there is something big and massive in the offering. And the information which you just broke few seconds prior, and that's an open source because there is yet no confirmation from the White House that the American military has activated more than 30 to 35 of their aerial assets in Europe, and they're already in the European airspace. That in itself is a massive, massive deployment. Though there is a massive American presence in Europe, but their very presence in that very area gives a clear sign. And Donald Trump leaving G7, that is just not any other meeting. It's one of the most important multilateral international events, and the American president leaving that and coming back to DC is a clear message. DC is active with those big black GMCs getting in and out of the North Lawns. It is very clear that White House is active even this late. It's 30 minutes past 1 in the morning. Donald Trump will reach at around 4.5 hours from now, so it makes around 6 a.m. US time. So very clearly, America is planning something massive, and it's a clear message that it's no more a verbal support to Israel. America is ready to put the might of the American army right next to Benjamin Netanyahu. Back to you, Anna.
Right. All right, Aishwarya, stay on with us. We also have Terry Newman. He's a geopolitical expert. He's joining us live on this broadcast. Terry, my question to you is, given the recent escalation which has been going on for the last 5 days in the Middle East, Israel is of course not backing down, and Iran, we have seen, has essentially escalated its offensive on Israel to the extent that yesterday there was a strike that happened near the US embassy, causing some minor damage to the building. My very simple question to you is, how do you assess this, and what do you believe will be the unintended consequences, larger consequences, for global geopolitics if there's no sign of a ceasefire anytime soon?
Well, whilst your colleague is at 1:30 in the morning in Washington, we are 8:30 in the morning here. We've just had another night of sirens and sleeping in the bomb shelter. The Iranian tactics appear to be changing now because we are taking out so many of their missile launchers. They're now, instead of launching hundreds at a time, they appear to be doing them in drips and drabs, but throughout the night, which is, it's an absolute pain, to put it mildly. The Americans, as your colleague has said, have not just moved 28 aircraft refuelers into the European zone, but they're also bringing an aircraft carrier from the Pacific, from Vietnam. They've turned it around and it's coming back here, and there's a sense of irony that this aircraft carrier, the Nimitz, was actually the same one that was sent when the Iranians took over the US embassy after the revolution back in the 1970s. So there's a kind of closing of the circle there. I think the America leadership, including even parts of MAGA movement, realized that when in Iran they shout that Israel is the small Satan and America is the big Satan, they understand that Israel is fighting not just for itself, but it's fighting for the United States and for the free world. We have here a call for us to go into the bomb shelter, but I think that is the main message which needs to come through. Israel is fighting this not just on behalf of itself, on behalf of the free world, and we hope that those leaders in the G7 understand that and will support, because up until now, certainly the Brits and the French have refused to help defend Israel, and we hope they will reconsider their position.
Right. All right, Aishwarya, I'd like to come back to you. You're live from Washington, D.C., and I want to understand, as we speak, Donald Trump is back on his way to Washington. He's convened a national security meeting in a short while from now. I want to understand from you, how do you assess the situation between America and Iran escalating? Because Trump had, in fact, 2 days ago sent out a warning to Iran saying that if they try to cross the line, then the US armed forces will issue a heavy response to Iran. And of course, then this comes a day after the US embassy in Tel Aviv was attacked. So, and this also comes at a time when Iran has in fact accused America of providing backdoor support to Israel in the wake of this conflict. So how do you see the tensions between America and Iran escalating in the wake of this conflict?
Well, Iona, it is way past the warning stage with the American president leaving the G7 and coming back to DC. It's a clear message. He has called the national security meeting at 6 a.m. in the morning, US time, which is around 5.5 hours from now. And that is exactly the time which he takes from Calgary back to DC. But the point is, it is way past the warning stage. And as Terry was just telling us, it is just not about the Air Force. So the US is also moving their Navy and they're moving their aircraft carriers, and that's a clear message. Otherwise, there was no need for Donald Trump to basically cut short his Canada visit, and it's just not a bilateral meeting. It's a G7 meeting. None other but Donald Trump understands how important it was for the US, both economically and strategically. But he left that, and he's back in DC in the next 5.5 hours. He has cut that short literally into half. He was to be there for the next 24 hours, but he has cut that short. So it shows the importance of what is basically coming after, what is coming now. And what is coming now is the might of the American army. Because if you see the statements which are coming out of the Israeli Foreign Office now, from the office of the Israeli Prime Minister of Benjamin Netanyahu, if you see their statement in the last 20 minutes, they seem far more confident because now they know that it's just not verbal support. The Americans have come in their support. But what is going to be interesting is how the Russians are going to act or react, and whether the Chinese, are they going to even live up to their promises made to Iran? Because lastly, whenever Chinese have made their promises to basically whoever in the world, they've never lived up to it. But the Americans are, and the Americans are coming to the aid of Israelis like never before. And as Terry was telling us, I'm just stressing, it is just not about those 24 refuelers and around 50 plus fighter planes of the American Air Force who are already placed in different parts of Europe and will be deployed within minutes after the final order comes from the American president. And by the way, he doesn't need to wait for those 5.5 hours till he is on board on Air Force One. He could take that decision any minute, because Air Force One, as we are all aware, is an active office. He can act, he can react, he can deploy from midair, and that is what is being looked after. So every movement of the American president is being very, very minutely watched, because he has left the G7. That in itself is a clear message that America is in this war now. Back to you, Anne.
Yes. Right, Aishwarya, thank you for that. Terry, I'd like to come back to you. We've seen visuals of devastation and havoc across Tel Aviv, across Jerusalem, due to the back-to-back missile strikes that Iran has imposed on Israel. And Israel, of course, has been giving a harsh response as well. How do you see Israel's military strategy moving here forward, given that Iran is absolutely not backing down? Even yesterday, for a fifth consecutive day, we've seen back-to-back missile strikes hitting the city of Tel Aviv and creating absolute destruction.
Right, well, excellent questions. The Israeli military strategy is developing as planned, in that it is taking out bit by bit the top military echelons of the Iranian army, together with the most important ballistic missile production and missile production sites, and the means by which they then send those missiles. And in addition, dismantling the various parts of the Iranian nuclear program. Now, the reason why President Trump's leaving the G7 and going to Washington is so important is that there are a few very important parts of this nuclear program which Israel cannot deal with by itself, because they are built so deep underground. You need a bomb that's called the Moab bomb, which in typical American language, the mother of all bombs. So that is carried by the stealth B-2 aeroplane, which is currently being brought to the region. And that will obviously be an integral part of the next stage. And this is a decision, though, for the US government to make in the interests of the US people. So we hope that they understand that Israel is the small Satan fighting on behalf of the large Satan, to put it in Iranian language. But we are doing everything that we can and passing now part of that job over to them.
Yeah, but Terry, if I could just ask you one more question. If you see the statement coming in from Donald Trump, he is making it very clear. He's saying publicity-seeking President Emmanuel Macron of France mistakenly said that I left the G7 summit in Canada to go back to DC to work on a ceasefire between these two countries, that is Israel and Iran, wrong. He has no idea why I am now on my way to DC, but it certainly has nothing to do with the ceasefire. Much bigger than that, whether purposely or not, Emmanuel always gets it wrong. Stay tuned. Very Trump-like, very, very Trump-like. But one thing is very clear, that what Iran has done in the last 36 hours, Terry, has forced the American president to leave and to join forces with the Israeli military. Now it's very clear that the American military forces are going to be shoulder to shoulder with their Israeli counterparts to take on Iran.
Yes, Aishra, so I fully understand and agree with you. Donald Trump loves to back winners. So my assumption is he waited at the beginning to ensure that Israel could deliver on its side of the deal. Israel has delivered on its side of the deal. And now he also, I think there's one other thing which your viewers should remember. He gave 60 days to come to a deal between America and Iran. Those 60 days were up. And on the 61st day, that was the day when Israel made a preemptive strike on the Iranian nuclear facilities. So, he gave the Iranians 60 days. He knows that they play for time. He's waited to see that Israel could deliver on its side. Israel has delivered on its side. And now, the US has to make a decision if it really wants to destroy the deeply buried parts of the Iranian nuclear program. It will have to get involved itself. And it is for the benefit of the American people and, in fact, the entire world. I'm sorry, we have to go into the bomb shelter. This could cut. There's some booms outside. Thank you very much, and have a good day. God bless. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
So, Terry, I'd request you to please stay on with us. All right, we'll reconnect with Terry Newman in a short while from now, but keeping the focus on Israel-Iran conflict, we have some more breaking news coming in. The Israeli Air Force has now completed several extensive strikes on military targets in the Iranian regime. And of course, this is coming a day after the IDF released footage of their attacks on Iranian missile launchers across the city of Tehran. And this is the latest breaking news that we are getting in. Military targets in the Iranian regime has been hit. This is specifically in western Iran. And during the strikes, dozens of surface-to-surface missile storage and launch infrastructure was struck, I beg your pardon. And in addition, surface-to-air missile launchers and UAV storage sites were also struck in western Iran. That is the video on your screen, which has been released by the Israeli Defense Forces of their latest attack on Tehran. And this is the fifth consecutive day that we are looking at the raging conflict in the Middle East. And the IDF has claimed complete control over several military targets in Iran as we speak. And they are not backing down. And this also comes at a time when Iran has also vowed harsh revenge and hard action against the Netanyahu government. All right, viewers, let's now get to you more visuals from across Iran and Israel, which puts into perspective just how devastating the situation has been over the course of the last 5 days. Now, on your screen is the first video, which shows how the Israeli Defense Forces struck command centers belonging to the Quds Force of the Islamic Republic regime and the Iranian military. That's video number 1 on your screen, which shows how the IDF has taken control of the IRGC command center in Tehran. And now on your screens, we have the second video, which shows how the Israeli Air Force identified and eliminated surface-to-air missile launch troops seconds before they reached a launcher south of Tehran. Now, the troops were eliminated and the launcher, the Iranian surface-to-surface missile launcher, was completely dismantled. This is a footage that has been released by the IDF. Moving on, these are visuals from Tel Aviv in Israel, where which essentially captures the aftermath of an Iranian missile strike. These are visuals from the city of Tel Aviv, which you can see is up in flames after repeated offensive by Tehran. And emergency workers are working round the clock on war footing to evacuate citizens, to take control of the situation and to douse the flames. Meanwhile, we also have pictures of residential buildings across Tel Aviv in Israel, which have been completely damaged in the aftermath of Iranian missile strikes. The city has been reduced, parts of the city, I beg your pardon, has been reduced to rubble and debris as response teams and quick relief teams work round the clock to evacuate citizens and to ensure that they are moved to safer locations. Now back in India, viewers, shifting focus to what's been happening in Uttar Pradesh, where multiple encounters have taken place as part of Operation Langra. We are learning that encounters have taken place in Bahraich, Shamli, Firozabad and Kushinagar. In Bahraich, a daring encounter unfolded between the police and a criminal who attempted to escape after firing at the police team. The accused was shot in the leg during the exchange of gunfire and is currently receiving treatment in hospital. In Shamli, there is a murder-accused person in the village of Mamur under police station area by Kairana, where one accused was injured in an exchange of gunfire. And in Firozabad, we're learning that the police has arrested at least 4 notorious thieves and 2 accused belonging to the Odisha Jajpur interstate gang who used to do recce of goldsmiths and dupe them. They were injured in a police encounter in the Hata area in Kushinagar. Those are the visuals. Those are the visuals on your screen. This is Operation Langra, which is in action in full swing across the state of Uttar Pradesh. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Yogi model, which is in place where multiple encounters have been taking place across the state of Uttar Pradesh. This is hard action that the government has taken against criminals, murder accused, history cheaters, robbers and gang members. And those are the visuals from Bahraich, Kushinagar and Firozabad respectively on your screen. The police have been working round the clock to identify and track criminals who have been evading the law for a long time, and now the law has finally caught up to them. And we have Operation Langra now, which is in place in full swing across the state of Uttar Pradesh, and this is tough action that the police has taken against the criminals. All right, viewers, now after the Congress alleged a U-turn by the central government in the Gazette notification on the 16th caste census, the Ministry of Home Affairs and the Press Information Bureau has in fact fact-checked the Grand Old Party and busted the misinformation over caste census. Here's a quick report. Take a look.
Congress MP and senior leader Jairam Ramesh said that much-touted Gazette notification on the 16th caste census to be conducted in late 2026 and early 2027 has just been issued and is a damn squib. Jairam Ramesh further alleged U-turns by the central government. The Ministry of Home Affairs fact-checked the Congress party, saying that caste census enumeration is a part of the upcoming census. And misleading information is being spread that there is no mention of caste count in the Gazette notification. Not the Home Ministry, the Press Information Bureau too fact-checked the Congress. In a post on social media platform X, PIB said several social media posts are claiming that the central government is not including the caste enumeration in Census 2027. These claims are misleading. PIB further said the government has already announced that the caste enumeration will be conducted along with Census 2027.
All right, viewers, now stay with us as we take a quick check of everything else that is making news across the country. This is Bharat in 5 minutes. Union Home Secretary H.S. Govind Mohan will chair Amarnath Yatra security review meeting today in Srinagar. Top brass of the Indian Army and Air Force along with heads of Jammu and Kashmir Police, CRPF and BSF will also be in attendance. Agenda of the meeting is to finalize an action plan on security front as well as preparations for the Amarnath Yatra, which will commence from July 3rd. Locals have staged a protest over the building collapse incident in the Govindnagar police station area limits of Mathura, which happened yesterday. SSP Shlok Kumar said that the kin of those who died in the incident have filed a case. The police are searching for the accused, and SSP Kumar stated that he has declared a prize money of 25,000 rupees on a person who was named in the matter. He said that the accused will soon be arrested and strict action will be taken. 4 boys have passed away after a truck hit them and drove off in Sitapur of Uttar Pradesh. Superintendent of Police Ankur Agarwal said that the 4 boys were standing near a motorcycle on the roadside. Suddenly, a truck coming from the front went out of the driver's control and overturned. All 4 of the boys got crushed under the truck. The police took them to the hospital where they later passed away due to injuries. An FIR has been lodged. The police have assured that the truck driver will be found and arrested. A fresh language-related confrontation has surfaced in Bengaluru, where a senior citizen and a businesswoman clashed over compliance with the language policy for commercial signage. The heated exchange has now gone viral on social media, highlighting the simmering tensions over linguistic identity in Karnataka. The argument stemmed from a rule mandating that 60% of text on all business signboards be in Kannada language. Angered by frequent power cuts, 2 youths entered the substation and set a table on fire by pouring petrol on it. These 2 unidentified youths also attempted to attack the operator on duty. However, the furniture inside the office was set ablaze. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee courted controversy after she displayed lack of empathy for the victims of the Khidirpur market fire. CM Mamata told victims that it was their fault. More than 1,300 shops were gutted in a fire that burned down the market area in Khidirpur locality of southwest Kolkata. The livelihoods of thousands of local traders were destroyed in the fire accident that took place in the early hours of Monday. All right, viewers, we have some more breaking news coming in. This is the MEA statement that has been released by the Ministry of External Affairs on the evolving situation in the Middle East. The MEA has said that Indian students in Tehran have been moved out of the city for reasons of safety through arrangements made by the embassy. Other residents who are self-sufficient in terms of transport have also been advised to move out of the city in view of the developing situation. This is a statement that is now coming in from the Ministry of External Affairs as tensions continue to simmer in Iran and in Israel in the wake of the rising conflict in the Middle East. And now the MEA has taken quick action and urged its citizens to maintain caution while also evacuating Indian students out of Tehran. And just to bring you more details on what the MEA has said, viewers, the MEA has said that separately some Indians have been facilitated to leave Iran through the border with Armenia, and that the embassy remains continuously in touch with the Indian community, with the Indian diaspora in Tehran, with a view to extending all feasible assistance to Indian nationals in the country. And further advisories will be issued by the MEA in accordance with the situation. And now it's time for a very quick break, viewers. But on the other side, engine snag in San Francisco to Mumbai Air India flight. Another Ranchi-bound flight, which was an Air India Express flight, has also been diverted after technical issues. And Prime Minister Modi has now reached Canada. He is set to attend the G7 summit. On the other side of a very quick break, more details on that.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
What it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's a live learning inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Courses begin on June 30th. Apply now.
We are live breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. We have a lot lined up for you in this show. We will be talking about the Iran-Israel conflict, multiple developments coming in. G7 summit leaders have issued a joint statement backing Israel and saying that Iran has to de-escalate. All this and much more coming right up. But as usual, the headlines first. Let's get started. US moves 30 Air Force bombers aircraft closer to Europe. More Air India snacks found, technical snacks found in 2 Air India flights. Prime Minister Modi reaches Canada to attend G7 summit. Israel-Iran escalation overshadowed G7 joint statement says Iran can never have nuke. US President Trump leaves G7 summit midway, orders National Security Council meet in the White House. And evacuated 10,000 Indian students in Tehran begins batch of 100 Indian students being evacuated through Armenia. viewers, Pakistan FM rejects has Iran's official claims that Pakistan will use its nuclear weapons on Israel if the latter uses it on Iran. Yesterday, diplomatic sources in Pakistan had denied these claims. Now it has been formally confirmed by the Pakistan FM. That is right. Big update coming in right now. Viewers on Republic TV, Pakistan rejects Iran's nuclear weapon claims. And remember that this is coming in just after the joint statement that has come in from the G7 leaders, where they have spoken about Iran and its nuclear weapons, saying that Iran cannot and never have a nuclear weapon. And now we see Pakistan going ahead and endorsing Iran in this case. Back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV. The leaders of the G7 countries have issued a joint statement saying Iran should not have nuclear weapons and affirming Israel's right to defend itself. After this, Pakistan going ahead and reaffirming, I repeat, reaffirming what and rejecting the G7 leader statement. That is right. So back-to-back updates coming in right now. So let's go ahead and hear what the Pakistan FM Ishaq Dar had to say. Pakistan endorsing Iran after G7 leaders say Iran can never have a nuclear weapon.
पाकिस्तान ने ये कहा है कि अगर इसराइल ने हमारे ऊपर न्यूक अटैक किया तो पाकिस्तान इसराइल के ऊपर न्यूक्लियर हमला कर देगा। ये गैर ज़िम्मेदाराना और इतनी झूठी खबर है, और वो सोशल मीडिया में चलती अभी मुझे थोड़ी देर पहले पता चला कि डेली मेल ने पिक कर लिया इंग्लैंड में। तो मैं और पाकिस्तान का डिटरेंस इज ऑब्वियसली अल्लाह ताला ने इस मुल्क को ना सिर्फ न्यूक्लियर कुव्वत बनाया बल्कि मिसाइली कुव्वत भी बनाया हुआ है, और कई ममालिक को तकलीफ भी होती है, लेकिन ये हमारी अपनी सिक्योरिटी के लिए है, हमारी अपनी स्टेबिलिटी के लिए है, इस रीजन में स्टेबिलिटी के लिए। वरना 9/11 के बाद दोनों फौजें 11 महीने आई बॉल टू आई बॉल खड़ी रही। अगर ये ना होता तो शायद पता नहीं क्या हो जाता उस वक्त, क्योंकि इंडिया को तो कोई मौका चाहिए था। तो मैं सिर्फ ये क्लैरिफाई करना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि अभी भाई ने बात भी की है, तो मैंने सोचा कि मैं हाउस को जो अब तक की डेवलपमेंट्स हैं बैठा हूँ तो मैं शेयर कर लूँ। तो हमने कोई ऐसी स्टेटमेंट, हमारी तरफ से कोई ना स्टेटमेंट किसी ने दी है, इसको फैब्रिकेट किया गया है इसको। और मैंने आपको एक वो मिसाल दे दी है कि कल प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप की चल रही थी, और वो जब हमने 3 जगह से चेक करवाए तो वो AI जनरेटेड यानी वो फेक थी वो जो क्लिप था।
All right, big event coming in right now, viewers. Let's go ahead and reiterate what exactly has happened. Israel versus Iran war is exploding, and we saw that the G7 leaders have backed Israel, but warned Iran, gave a very important warning to Iran. Iran can never have nuclear weapons. But Pakistan coming out and going ahead and rejecting the nuclear threat claim against Israel. So we see the camps being split right now, and this is coming just after the leaders of the G7 countries issued a joint statement saying Iran should not have nuclear weapons and affirming Israel's right to defend itself. Pakistan coming out with its own statement and clearly saying that Iran's nuclear capabilities and Iran's nuclear statement by the G7 leaders has been completely denied by Pakistan. So these are some back-to-back updates coming in right now. Pakistan absolutely rejecting what the G7 leaders have said, calling it fabricated and irresponsible. That is right. So big update coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. And remember, this is coming just after the leaders of the G7 countries issued a joint statement saying Iran should not have nuclear weapons and affirming Israel's right to defend itself.
जनरल्स को कोट करके कि जी पाकिस्तान ने ये कहा है कि अगर इसराइल ने हमारे ऊपर न्यूक अटैक किया तो पाकिस्तान इसराइल के ऊपर न्यूक्लियर हमला कर देगा। ये गैर ज़िम्मेदाराना और इतनी झूठी खबर है, और वो सोशल मीडिया में चलती अभी मुझे थोड़ी देर पहले पता चला कि डेली मेल ने पिक कर लिया इंग्लैंड में। तो मैं और पाकिस्तान का डिटरेंस इज ऑब्वियसली अल्लाह ताला ने इस मुल्क को ना सिर्फ न्यूक्लियर कुव्वत बनाया बल्कि मिसाइली कुव्वत भी बनाया हुआ है और कई ममालिक को तकलीफ भी होती है, लेकिन ये हमारी अपनी सिक्योरिटी के लिए है, हमारी अपनी स्टेबिलिटी के लिए है, इस रीजन में स्टेबिलिटी के लिए है। वरना 9/11 के बाद दोनों फौजें 11 महीने आई बॉल टू आई बॉल खड़ी रही। अगर ये ना होता तो शायद पता नहीं क्या हो जाता उस वक्त, क्योंकि इंडिया को तो कोई मौका चाहिए था। तो मैं सिर्फ ये क्लैरिफाई करना चाहता हूँ, चूँकि अभी भाई ने बात भी की है, तो मैंने सोचा कि मैं हाउस को जो अब तक की डेवलपमेंट्स हैं बैठा हूँ तो मैं शेयर कर लूँ। तो हमने कोई ऐसी स्टेटमेंट, हमारी तरफ से कोई ना स्टेटमेंट किसी ने दी है, इसको फैब्रिकेट किया गया है इसको। और मैंने आपको एक वो मिसाल दे दी है कि कल प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप की चल रही थी और वो जब हमने 3 जगह से चेक करवाए तो वो AI जनरेटेड यानी वो फेक थी वो जो क्लिप था।
All right, big updates coming in right now. I just want to go across to our guest who's joining us for more. We have with us Colonel Malik, a defense expert, on the phone line. Thank you for joining us, Colonel. What do you make of this statement which is coming in where Pakistan is rejecting Iran's claims? And remember that this is coming in as the G7 leaders have clearly said that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. The G7 leaders have backed Israel, and it looks like that Pakistan once again has rejected the threats that Iran poses to Israel and the West Asia region.
Okay, ma'am, thank you for inviting me. I'm Colonel Malik, just want to contribute with my views. Ma'am, first of all thing, Pakistan saying that we will nuke Israel and vice versa, I think this story does not stand its ground. Reason being, if you go to the roots of this issue, the roots is that Israel is not threatened by Pakistan. And Pakistan is a well-known nuclear power today and for the last 25 years. Iran is always threatening Israel based on its proxies. Because the modus operandi of Pakistan and the Israel looks similar. Like, if Pakistan believes that let India suffer through its 1,000 cuts, let India bleed through its 1,000 cuts. Similarly, without employing its manpower, its equipment, Iran also thinks let Israel also die through our proxies. That is why the Israel feels always threatened from the proxies, and he sees the root cause in Iran. Iran is openly saying that we don't want to see Israel on this mother earth. So that is the reason that Israel is always looking the decimating Iran in all terms, economic terms, nuclear terms, and resources and energy terms also. They are not looking at Pakistan, although they also see that Pakistan is the epicenter of the terrorism all over the world. But however, seeing the current situation, Israel also will not get involved in the Pakistan, seeing that it's stretching too much of far, and Pakistan doesn't have the capability to strike Israel directly or indirectly. Neither Pakistan has the allies of those kind of that कहने की बात अलग होती है, but when it comes on the ground and operationability, Pakistan does not have that capability to strike Israel. So this is my say on this, ma'am.
All right. Thank you for joining us. Pakistan FM has said very clearly that if Israel nukes and attacks Iran, then Pakistan will attack Israel with nuclear weapons. He says this is irresponsible and false news, adding that the claims had become viral on the internet, and says that from our side there has been no such statement made. It was fabricated. Thank you for joining us there, Colonel Malik. I am getting some more updates coming in right now where the Air India flight from San Francisco to Mumbai through more updates in terms of what is happening. Now, this was going through Kolkata and it suffered a technical snag as usual. That is right. Back-to-back updates coming in right now where we see that Mumbai-bound flight has hit technical snags. And not the first time that we have seen this. There are 3 cases already of technical issues being reported from an Air India plane. Air India flight from San Francisco to Mumbai through Kolkata suffered a technical snag in one of its engines, requiring passengers to be deplaned during a scheduled halt at the city airport early. Flight arrived on time at the city airport, but a technical snag in the left engine delayed the takeoff at around 5:20 hours. An announcement was made in the aircraft asking all the passengers to deplane. The captain of the plane told that the passengers, the decision was being made in the interest of flight safety. Another incident has come to the fore. The Air India has expressed that this was a technical snag which has led to this issue. Now, what we see is that on your screens are 2 flights and 1 technical snag. The exact scenario repeating time and again. There's Air India flight AI180, Air India Express flight, both the flights facing technical snags, one which has led to the travel plans of the passengers being disrupted. All right, we have with us our guest, Group Captain JP Bajpai, aviation expert, joining us right now. Thank you for joining us, Group Captain. I just want to ask you a simple question, and that is that more cases of snags and technical snags coming out when it comes to Air India planes, but it is also important to note for our viewers that a center has formed a high committee, a panel, where these issues are being looked at. The fleets of Air India are being scanned, especially to understand why these technical glitches are happening in the first place.
Madam, on backdrop of such a massive air crash which took place at Ahmedabad, everybody, not only public at large, media, and all the people associated with the aviation becomes very critical on our observation with respect to any flight disruptions. Unless until we know what were the details of technical difficulties or technical snag on these aircraft, these flights, it will be difficult to make a comment or to link with each other. However, in routine operations and the flights, such technical snags keeps emerging. But one thing I would like to mention, which is of paramount importance over here, what happens when such a massive air crash takes place, though the original equipment manufacturer, OEM, recommends certain equipment or certain system which are having redundancy, or if they are unserviceable, their flight can still go on, and the list of such system and such equipment gets compiled and is provided to the captain of the aircraft on board the aircraft, that is known as MEL, minimum equipment list. Simultaneously, pilot is assisted for its operations. There is a quick reference handbook. There is a reference of these systems which are having a minor difficulty get listed, which stipulates the aircraft maintenance engineer's actions, followed by acceptance by the captain, and ultimately captain should be comfortable to fly the aircraft with minor unserviceability which are approved or cleared by MEL handbook. But in such a scenario, when everybody is so critical for the technical unserviceability, and if pilot has to take his own discretion, he prefers for the sake of flight safety to put down the snag and aircraft remains on the ground till the time it is rectified.
All
this
right,
is I say on the subject. Yes,
thank you for joining us there. That's Group Captain GP Bajpai, aviation expert, ex-consultant, flight safety, Air India, joining us there. I think we have with us Iona as well from our Republic newsroom to help us understand the story a little bit better. Iona, we are trying to help our viewers understand what really is happening. But one thing is very, very clear. Technical glitches have been caught, thankfully, on time, so passengers are safe. That is very important to note for our viewers. But the question is that what is really wrong in these Air India flights that so many technical glitches are being caught back to back every day, Iona?
Absolutely, Shivangi. In fact, that's a question that Air India and Tatas must answer as to why Air India so far has failed to comply with DGCA rules and carry out and enhance their safety checks, because this is something that they've always maintained, that passenger safety is paramount for them. Yet we're seeing that over the last few days, and especially in the aftermath of that tragic AI171 crash, that several such snags have been reported. In fact, as we speak, I'd like to report to our viewers 2 more instances. This is a case of of Air India flight AI-180, which reported an engine snag, and this was a flight that was bound to Kolkata. Passengers were deplaned due to engine trouble, and the flight was headed from San Francisco to Mumbai via Kolkata, and a technical issue absolutely grounded the flight and passengers were left in the lurch. And we have another case of an Air India Express flight, which was a Ranchi-bound flight, which was diverted back to Delhi after reporting technical snags mid-air. Now, these two instances, of course, come a day after we extensively reported on the case of the Delhi-bound Hong Kong Air India flight, which had to be diverted back to Hong Kong after it reported snags mid-air. And it puts the focus back on the question of passenger safety, Shivangi, and why Air India is reporting so many issues over the past couple of days. And the DGCA has come down heavily on Air India and Boeing 787 fleets over failure to comply with their safety standards. And of course, there's a lot of scare among passengers at the moment, and this is something that the Air India company and the Tatas must answer.
That is right, Ayuna. Thank you for getting those details. I will be coming back to you. 2 flights, same glitches, same technical issues. Okay, we move ahead right now, viewers, because we're getting some more updates after Congress alleged U-turn by central government in the Gazette notification on the 16th census. The Ministry of Home Affairs and the PIB fact-checked the Grand Old Party and busted the misinformation over caste census. Here's a report. Take a look.
Congress MP and senior leader Jairam Ramesh said that much-touted Gazette notification on the 16th caste census to be conducted in late 2026 and early 2027 has just been issued and is a damn squib. Jairam Ramesh further alleged U-turns by the central government. The Ministry of Home Affairs fact-checked the Congress party, saying that caste census enumeration is a part of the upcoming census, and misleading information is being spread that there is no mention of caste count in the Gazette notification. Not the Home Ministry, the Press Information Bureau too fact-checked the Congress. In a post on social media platform X, PIB said several social media posts are claiming that the central government is not including the caste enumeration in Census 2027. These claims are misleading. PIB further said the government has already announced that the caste enumeration will be conducted along with Census 2027.
All right, getting some updates coming in. Home Secretary HS Govind Mohan will chair Amarnath Yatra security review meeting in Srinagar, and top brass of Indian Army and the Air Force, along with heads of Jammu and Kashmir Police, CRPF, BSF will also be in attendance. Agenda of the meeting is to finalize action plan on security front as well as preparations for the Amarnath Yatra, which will commence from July 3rd. Locals have staged a protest over the building collapse incident in the Govind Nagar police station area limits of Mathura, which happened yesterday. SSP Shlok Kumar said that the kin of those who have died in the incident have filed a case. Police are searching for the accused. SSP Kumar stated that he has declared a prize money of Rs 25,000 on a person who was named in the matter. He said that the accused will soon be arrested, with strict action will be taken. 4 boys have passed away after a truck hit them and drove off in Sitapur of Uttar Pradesh. Superintendent of Police Ankur Agarwal stated that 4 boys were standing near a motorcycle on the roadside. Suddenly, a truck coming from the front went out of the driver's control and overturned. All 4 of the boys got crushed under the truck. The police took them to the hospital, where they later passed away due to injuries. An FIR has been lodged. The police have assured that the truck driver will be found and arrested. Fresh language-related confrontation has surfaced in Bengaluru, where a senior citizen and a businesswoman clashed over compliance with the language policy for commercial signage. The heated exchange has now gone viral on social media, highlighting the simmering tensions over linguistic identity in Karnataka. The argument stemmed from a rule mandating that 60% of text on all business signboards will be in Kannada language. Angered by frequent power cuts, 2 youth entered the substation and set a table on fire by pouring petrol on it. These 2 unidentified youths also attempted to attack the operator on duty. However, the furniture inside the office was set ablaze. West Bengal CM Mamata Banerjee courted controversy after she displayed lack of empathy for the victims of the Khidirpur market fire. CM Mamata Banerjee has said that Two victims said it was their fault. More than 1,300 shops were gutted in a fire that burned down the market area in Kidarpur locality of southwest Kolkata. The livelihoods of thousands of local traders were destroyed in the fire, the accident that took place in early hours of Monday. Heavy rainfall has been witnessed in parts of Shimla. Shobit Katiyar, senior scientist IMD Himachal Pradesh, stated that in the last 24 hours, light to moderate rain has been observed at many places in Himachal. In the last 24 hours, thunderstorms have been recorded in some areas. Heat wave conditions have not been recorded in anywhere. He informed that today and tomorrow, light to moderate rain with thunderstorms and showers can be seen in Shimla and other areas of the north and west eastern Himachal area. A yellow alert has been issued in all these districts. Operation Langra is in full swing. In UP, another encounter took place in Kanpur between miscreants who demanded extortion from trader and Kanpur police. Miscreants opened fire on the police when they were stopped during checking. During the encounter, one miscreant was shot on the leg and another miscreant tried to flee from the spot. Police seized one pistol, one mobile and cartridge shells from the spot.
में हमारी चेकिंग कर रही थी, उसी समय दो बदमाश बाइक से आते दिखाई दिए, जिनको पुलिस पार्टी द्वारा रोकने का प्रयास किया गया, लेकिन उन बदमाशों ने पुलिस पार्टी पर दो फायर किए और मुड़कर भागने लगे। हमारी पुलिस की टीम ने भी अपने बचाव में फायर किया, जिसमें एक गोली बदमाश के पैर में लगी और वो बदमाश बाइक सहित गिर गया, लेकिन दूसरा बदमाश वहाँ से भागने में सफल रहा।
Private bus fell into a gorge. This happened in Mandi district in Himachal Pradesh. As per reports, 15 to 20 people have been injured in the accident. Meanwhile, relief and rescue operations are obstructed due to heavy rains in the state. 2 people are suspected to be trapped under the bus. Also coming up, viewers, engine snag in San Francisco to Mumbai Air India flight. Another Ranchi-bound Air India Express flight diverted after technical issue. Prime Minister Modi has reached Canada for the G7 summit. Multiple bilateral meetings lined up. Stay tuned, we are live and breaking.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आपकी फेवरेट टुडे कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं, एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है क्या, और वाया फ्लाइट था, तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे। यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको लंदन जाना था, यूके जाना था।
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
पंद्रह साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते, जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल बोलो जुबा केसरी।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी, क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या बढ़ती चली गई। फिर
आपको वहां से किसका फोन आया जिसने जानकारी दी कि आपकी बहू भी नहीं रही?
ये न्यूज़ चैनल के माध्यम से कि 242 लोगों में से एक बचा, तो 241 का ही था, और उनके फादर उनको छोड़ने गए थे। वो छोड़ के निकले, कुछ दूरी पहुँचे थे, फिर उनको प्लेन हादसे की जानकारी लगी। फिर उनसे बातचीत करी तो उन्होंने बताया कि प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, बिटिया उसी में ही थी।
16 तारीख को शायद हरप्रीत के जो हस्बैंड हैं रॉबी, उनका बर्थडे था, उनसे मिलने जा रही थी।
जी, पहले 19 को जा रही थी, 16 को बर्थडे था, तो बेटे के साथ उसने प्लान किया कि यूरोप भी घूमेंगे साथ में हम, तो वो इस हिसाब से 12 तारीख को निकल गई थी। 15 तारीख को यूरोप घूमने की तैयारी थी उनकी। जी,
हादसे के लिए आप
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
US moves 30 Air Force bomber aircrafts closer to Europe. Engine snag in San Francisco to Mumbai. Air India flight, another Ranchi-bound Air India Express flight diverted after technical glitch. PM Modi lands in Canada to attend the all-important G7 summit. Israel-Iran escalation overshadows G7 joint statement, says Iran can never have nukes. Donald Trump contradicts Macron's statement on Israel-Iran ceasefire, says Macron has no idea why he cut short his G7 visit. Trump hints at something bigger than ceasefire, says stay tuned. MEA issues advisory for Indian students in Iran. Evacuations of 10,000 Indian students in Tehran begins. Batch of 100 students being evacuated via Armenia. Hello and thank you for tuning into Republic TV viewers. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar and we are live and breaking at 12, and we have some big breaking news coming in after Macron had said Trump has offered to negotiate ceasefire agreement between Iran and Israel. Trump has slammed the French president, saying he has no idea on why Trump left early from the G7 summit. Trump has denied claims of French President Macron on Iran and Israel ceasefire and hints at something bigger on the conflict. Donald Trump has now rejected Macron's statement. It's a diplomatic flashpoint that has erupted right in the middle of the G7 summit. And US President Donald Trump has fired a direct shot at French President Emmanuel Macron on Truth Social, calling him a publicity seeker who has no idea why Donald Trump abruptly left the G7 summit in Canada. Macron claimed it was to broker a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, but Trump says wrong. The move, he says, is much bigger than just a ceasefire. And in typical Donald Trump style, on his Truth social media account, he said, "Stay tuned," which means Donald Trump is hinting at something bigger than just a ceasefire. This is the latest breaking news that we are tracking. Macron earlier claimed that Donald Trump abruptly left the G7 summit to broker a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, but Donald Trump there, after landing in Washington D.C. in the United States, has now shot down Macron's statement, saying that Macron has no clue about Donald Trump's decision to abruptly leave the G7 summit. Donald Trump has contradicted Macron's statement, calling him a publicity seeker who has no idea why he left the G7 summit in Canada. It's a diplomatic rift that we are seeing bang in the middle of the G7 summit. We have Akanksha also joining us live. Akanksha, it's a diplomatic flashpoint in between the G7 summit. Macron issued a statement first, then Donald Trump shot it down, saying that this is more than just ceasefire. Tell us more.
Absolutely, Deepak. Remember earlier today, Donald Trump had to cut short his trip to G7. In fact, he was in Canada. He had to cut short his visit and return back to Washington. And after that, the French president had said that this is a positive move, given the urgent need to push both Israel and Iran towards a ceasefire. And after that, this clearly did not sit right with Donald Trump. He issued a statement, as you also rightly pointed out, on social media, saying that publicity-seeking President of France mistakenly said that I left G7 summit in Canada to go back to DC to work on a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Wrong. He has no idea why I am now on my way to Washington, but certainly has done nothing to do with the ceasefire. Much bigger than that. Whether purposely or not, French president always gets it wrong. Stay tuned. So this is what he had posted on social media, countering the French president, saying that he has gone back to United States for something much bigger, but definitely it is not about the ceasefire. Deepak.
Right, Akanksha, stay on with me because we have more breaking news coming in. The Ministry of External Affairs has now issued an advisory for Indian students living in Tehran. ME has said that Indian students have been relocated to safer locations and have been advised to move out of the city in view of the developing situation. Separately, some Indians have been facilitated to leave Iran through the border with Armenia. This is India now beginning to move out its citizens from Iran. The embassy has confirmed that Indian students have been evacuated from Tehran amid fears of escalations in the Iran-Israel conflict. Other Indian nationals have been told to leave the city immediately if possible. And in a sign of growing tensions, some Indians have already crossed the border into Armenia to leave the conflict zone. Akanksha, coming back to you. Take our viewers through the statement issued by the Ministry of External Affairs.
Well, absolutely, Deepak. You see, West Asia is on the edge again. And given that situation, now India has issued this advisory. There are as many as 10,000 people in Iran. 6,000 of them are students. So what India is trying to do is trying to relocate them within Iran, moving them to safer places. And also some of them have also been moved to the Armenian border. And that is why External Affairs Minister, he took to social media to inform that he has discuss the ongoing developments in the region with the Armenian counterpart, Armenian foreign minister. He's also discussed the role of diplomacy with the foreign minister of UAE as well. So India is trying to move their people in Iran to a safer place within Iran, and some of them have also been moved to the border area adjoining Armenia, and that is why India is also seeking out help from Armenia as well. There are as many as 10,000 people. That's a huge number. 6,000 of them are students, and that is why it is very important for them to move to a safer location.
Right, Akanksha, thank you for joining us with those details. Akanksha, we have some pictures coming in from Bengaluru where BJP leaders who are protesting against the Congress government are being detained by the Bengaluru police. And this is the protest that is being staged by the BJP leaders in Bengaluru over the stampede that was witnessed outside the KSCA or the Chinnaswamy Stadium, which also saw 11 people being crushed to death while RCB was celebrating its historic milestone of achieving the IPL title after 18 long years. But that celebration turned out to be deadly for 11 RCB fans. And now you can see the BJP workers there staging a protest. And what we also understand is that on ground zero, BJP leaders are being detained by the police. The Congress government so far has no answers. It's just blame game that's going on. In fact, just a couple of days back, former Chief Minister of Karnataka and Congress's own Veerappa Moily had also called out the Siddaramaiah government over its decision to sack the former Bengaluru top cop, Dayanand, saying that the decision must be re-looked at. Now, to give us more insights about what's happening on ground zero, we have Abhishek joining us live from Bengaluru. Abhishek, we can see visuals of BJP leaders in large numbers protesting in Bengaluru, and some of them are even being detained. Take us through the latest that's happening.
Well, these are the BJP leaders who were protesting against the Karnataka state government for the dereliction of their duties, which was directed to the June 4th incident, the stampede incident that happened in front of Chinnaswamy Stadium on the 4th of June. Now we see P.Y. Vijayendra, the state leader of BJP, who has been detained, has been produced in front of the Donasap police station. So how do you feel when the Congress government has taken into custody for making or protesting against them?
But there you can see that's the massive police deployment at the protest site, and these protesters are also being detained while the police are trying to push them back. The protesters are now demanding accountability and responsibility for the stampede that claimed the lives of 11 innocent RCB fans who were just there at the Chinnaswamy Stadium to celebrate RCB's IPL title. But the state government completely turning a blind eye to those arrangements, to those requests, to those letters that were written by the Bengaluru top cop, the governor, the KSCA. All of these letters were completely ignored. There was no adequate police deployment. Arrangements were not made, and due to the lapses on the part of the administration, it was the 11 innocent RCB fans who paid the price with their lives. And now it's almost 2 weeks since that horrific stampede took place. So far, there has been no accountability yet from the state government. All they're doing is blaming RCB, blaming the event organizers, blaming the top cop, so much so that they even sacked him. Within 24 to 48 hours from the stampede, the Karnataka government sacked the top cop. And this decision hasn't really gone down well within the Congress party itself, because we've seen Veerappa Moily, the former chief minister, asking the Siddaramaiah government to relook at their decision of sacking the top cop. And he claimed that the Karnataka government must take responsibility for what happened. And days after that, we are seeing BJP leaders, BJP workers arriving in large numbers, staging a protest against the Congress government in Bengaluru. And while they stage a protest, police are now detaining these protesters. There you can see several of these women protesters being taken away in a bus, and more crackdown is to follow, is what we understand from what's happening on ground zero. The mood clearly indicates that the police will be detaining all these protesters in Bengaluru, and the protesters continue to demand the resignation of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar, who are having a gala time inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium and outside the Vidhana Saudha while ignoring public safety. We also have Abhishek live with us. Abhishek, BJP workers are being detained. Tell us about this protest, their demands and the crackdown. Well, Abhishek is at the protest site, and let me try and reconnect with him. Abhishek, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
There's a lot of commotion and there's some drama happening on Ground Zero, viewers, and Abhishek is right in the middle of that. He's trying to get us the latest from Ground Zero, but we'll try and connect back with him. But these are the pictures on your screens. On the left side, you can see the horrific stampede that took place on June 4th, a day after RCB won its IPL title, maiden IPL title in 18 years. And on the right side of your screens, you can see BJP women protesters holding up placards against the state government by launching a massive protest against the Siddaramaiah government over the negligence, the lapses, and the attempt to cover up by sacking the Bengaluru top cop, the former Bengaluru top cop Dayanand, and the other police officials as well. Heads have rolled, but Veerappa Moily believes that the right ones haven't really rolled. Moving on, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in as far as the Amarnath Yatra is concerned. A high-level security meeting will now be chaired. And this is the review meeting, a security review meeting that will take place today just ahead of the Amarnath Yatra. The Union Home Secretary is all set to hold the Amarnath Yatra security review meeting today. And the Union Home Secretary will get an update about the security deployment, the security grid, and also whether or not additional forces will be required to bolster the security or not. All of this will be discussed in the security review meeting today that the Union Home Secretary will be chairing. Moving on, viewers, we have more breaking news coming in, this time from Telangana, where the Chief Minister Revanth Reddy has admitted that the state has no funds for Lakshmi scheme. Just a couple of days back, we've told you how bus fares were hiked, bus pass fares were hiked, and now comes the admission. In damage control mode, Revanth Reddy has openly admitted that there is no fund for Lakshmi scheme. This is a massive failure of the Khatakat model of Telangana, and we are seeing the ripple effect in the state, where the state doesn't have any more funds left to implement a scheme that was promised by them before they came to power. And similar is the situation in Karnataka as well. They tried to replicate the Karnataka model in Telangana, but it seems like it has fallen flat. The Telangana government clearly, they're having no funds for the implementation of those various schemes that they had promised. We have Aneri also joining us live from Hyderabad. Aneri, this is an open admission by Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy that the state government doesn't have any funds left to implement the Lakshmi scheme.
Well, that's right, Deepak. What we see is that earlier also the Revanth Reddy government and Chief Minister himself had openly stated that they do not have funds to implement the schemes, or let it be the fees reimbursement for the students and pensions for the ones who have retired. But now once again we see that Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy during a program he has stated that for the loans, for the debts that have been taken back then by the BRS regime, by KCR, that is the reason why they have been facing a lot of problems in implementing these schemes and promises. And also at the same time we have been seeing that how Chief Minister Revanth Reddy has very clearly stated that they are facing the difficulties which they have been facing today. They have been facing a lot of difficulties like reimbursement of the students' fees, pensions, and also implementation of Shadi Mubarak or Kalyan Lakshmi scheme, which provides financial assistance to the girl who during her marriage. And now very clearly we see that Chief Minister Revanth Reddy coming out in open and admitting that how Telangana has been facing financial crisis amid the ongoing situation. Well, similar like situation we have been seeing in Karnataka as well.
Right, Aneri, thank you for joining me with those details. This is proof of Khatakat model once again failing, and Telangana Chief Minister openly admitting that they have no funds. Now let's move on and shift our focus back on Washington DC, where US President Donald Trump, after leaving the Group of 7 summit abruptly in Canada, has arrived in Washington DC. Here's a quick report on that.
US President Donald Trump has left one day early from the G7 summit that is being held in Kananaskis of Canada. Due to the Israel-Iran conflict and the current situation in the Middle East, President Donald Trump headed back to the White House early. Speaking with the press at the G7 summit, Trump shared that he will be heading back after having dinner with the leaders.
Well, I have to be back. Very important. I want to just thank our great host. You did a fantastic show. Thank you, Canada. But you probably see what I see. I have to be back as soon as I can. I'm going to have dinner with these wonderful leaders, and then I get on the plane. I have to be back early.
President Trump reflected on the meeting and said that a lot got done. He said that the other leaders understand that he has to leave early. Trump was seen boarding an airplane at Calgary Airport to head back to the United States.
Viewers, Ambassador Deepak Vora has explained India's balanced stand on the Israel-Iran conflict. With strong ties with both the nations, India promotes dialogue and diplomacy without choosing sides. He also highlights India's strategic autonomy, its role as a voice for the global south, and the importance of peace in global affairs.
Vande Mataram. My name is Ambassador Deepak Vora, and I am Special Advisor in some African countries. We are going to talk today about an issue that is exercising a lot of minds, and I read a lot of stuff in the Indian and international media about the challenge that India's diplomacy faces because of the conflict between Israel and Iran, both friends of India. Let me set this in perspective. We never allow our relationship with any one country to determine our relationship with another country. Chanakya had said something very interesting 2,400 years ago, that my enemy's enemy can be my friend. He did not say that my friend's enemy must also be my enemy. We are friends with both. We compartmentalize our relationship. As far as Israel is concerned, the relationship has a very strong defense component. It has a very strong agricultural component, and education, and high technology. With Iran, we were major importers of oil, but because of American pressure and sanctions, we do not import oil from Iran at the moment. So that can be ruled out. Anybody who says that we're not going to be able to get oil from Iran and oil prices in India therefore will rise as a result of that is talking nonsense. Essentially, I'm sorry to be rough, but that doesn't make any sense. However, the Chabahar port, which we have invested in and which was to provide an alternative route to Central Europe and beyond, bypassing Atankistan. Now that is a major issue. Nevertheless, some time ago there was an attack on the port. Some people, some Baloch rebels or some others attacked the port. There were some people who died. Nevertheless, it bounced back.
As far as the present conflict is concerned, we've made it clear to all concerned that this is not a way out. When the Israeli Prime Minister spoke to his Indian counterpart, and they respect each other enormously, we said very clearly that we have to find a solution through dialogue and diplomacy. And since we know both, if you would like us to help in any way, it doesn't mean mediation. That's a very dangerous term. But we are ready to talk to both sides and say, okay, tigers, it's time for you to cool down. So, as far as Iran is concerned, we are not going to dilute our relationship because of Israel. As far as Israel is concerned, we are not going to compromise our relationship with Israel because of Iran. Now, those who understand this about India have understood the essence of Indian diplomacy, which is the best in the world. Take it from me, Chanakya had said, the first thing for any nation to be a great power, and he was talking 2,400 years ago. First is leadership. We have the best in the world. And second, its influence that comes through its diplomacy. Here again, we have the best diplomacy in the world. I have been in diplomacy 52 years and counting. I'm 74 years young. Let me assure you, I've never seen this kind of cohesion as far as our diplomatic efforts are concerned than I am seeing now. It's no longer just the Ministry of External Affairs, or it's no longer the other ministries. It's no longer all of government. It's an all of people approach. And today I find, as the Prime Minister had said, there should be Jan Bhagdari in diplomacy. I find that the people are very interested in what India is doing and its reputation overseas. Let me also tell you that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to attend the G7 meeting. Of course, the Israel-Iran issue will be discussed at this meeting in Canada, but the Prime Minister has also made it clear that he will be representing the voice of what we refer to as the Global South. 125 countries, no one listens to them. He will be their ambassadors. This is the strength of Indian diplomacy. When we speak to the world, it's not just as Bharat. We're also speaking on behalf of another 125 countries. And I conclude by saying that on my WhatsApp group, an American general, a former general, we have a large group, academics, professors, we have military people, I have Congress people all across the world. One of them sent me a message saying, Mr. Ambassador, the Iran-Israel conflict can either be resolved bilaterally or with the intervention of one of the four superpowers of the world. Listen to this carefully. He said, of course, the United States is very partisan, so nobody will listen to them. Russia is involved in Ukraine, so that dilutes its credibility. Nobody trusts China. That's number 3. He said that leaves one superpower that everybody respects, and he used the name Bharat. I can tell you that I'm 6'2". At that moment, I stood 6 feet 8 inches tall. All I'll say is, we will find a solution. We will help. They have to resolve it bilaterally, but we are ready to do what we can. India's target is a developed nation by 2047. We would like to achieve that. We don't want the world to be in conflict, the world to be in war. We want a peaceful world that helps everybody, including India. Thank you for your attention.
Moving on, viewers, Meghalaya police is all set to recreate the crime scene of murder of Indore tourist Raja Raghuvanshi. An accused wife Sonam Raghuvanshi will also be present on the spot. Here's a quick report.
Days after the heinous murder of Indore tourist Raja Raghuvanshi, the Meghalaya Special Investigation Team is set to recreate the crime scene of the murder. The murder scene is expected to be recreated by the SIT at a parking lot in Sohra in the presence of accused wife Sonam Raghuvanshi, her partner Raj Kushwaha and 3 other accused in the case.
राजा रघुवंशी मर्डर केस की जांच कर रही मेघालय पुलिस आज क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट करेगी। तमाम तैयारियां जो है वो पुलिस के द्वारा कर ली गई है। तस्वीरें मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं, ये वो स्पॉट है, देखिए वो पार्किंग है जहां पर सोनम और राजा ने अपनी स्कूटी पार्क की थी और उसके बाद उस सेल्फी पॉइंट पर पहुंचते और पूरी वारदात को अंजाम देते हैं। अब से कुछ देर में पूरे क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट किया जाएगा और आप तस्वीरें देखेंगे कि पुलिस की गाड़ियां वहां पर खड़ी हुई है। तमाम जो बैरिकेड्स ब्लॉक्स लगाकर उस पूरी जगह को कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दिया गया है और तकरीबन 1 किलोमीटर पहले से ही तमाम वो रास्ते बंद कर दिए गए ताकि कोई भी टूरिस्ट या कोई शख्स उस स्पॉट पर ना पहुंच सके।
Viewers, we have some big breaking news right now. High alert at Nagpur airport. An Indigo flight has made an emergency landing after a bomb threat message was reportedly discovered, and the aircraft landed safely in Nagpur. All passengers have been safely deboarded. Security agencies have rushed to the spot. The entire aircraft is now being checked, and this is the developing situation, viewers. Sources say that the threat message was found mid-flight. The exact origin of the threat and the sender is still unclear. Indigo and the airport authorities are yet to issue a full statement. But what we know is that all passengers are safe. Akanksha is live with us. Akanksha, another day, another bomb threat. Indigo flight has made an emergency landing in Nagpur. What more details do we have?
Absolutely. What we're learning so far is that this Delhi-bound flight, which took off from Kochi, made an emergency landing in Nagpur. It was all because there was a bomb threat. The entire where was this bomb threat, whether it was a letter, a note, etc., was found is something that remains to be seen. But very concerning news coming in as far as this Indigo flight is concerned. It made an emergency landing in Nagpur. What we're learning so far is that all the passengers have been deboarded, and the plane has been taken to safety. Inspection is going on. The probe has started in this entire incident. But where was this bomb threat found? Whether there was a note or where there was an email or something, it remains to be seen. Details are still awaited, Deepak.
Right, Akanksha, thank you for joining me with those details. With that, viewers, with that, we'll slip into a very short break, but we'll be right back with live and breaking news updates on the other side. Do stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
पंद्रह साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं, एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है क्या, और वाया फ्लाइट था, तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे। यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको लंदन जाना था, यूके जाना था।
What it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not a theory, it's a live learning inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Courses begin from June 30th. Apply now.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या बढ़ती चली गई। फिर
आपको वहां से किसका फोन आया जिसने जानकारी दी कि आपकी बहू भी नहीं रही?
ये न्यूज़ चैनल के माध्यम से कि 242 लोगों में से एक बचा, तो 241 का ही था और उनके फादर उनको छोड़ने गए थे। वो छोड़ के निकले, कुछ दूरी पहुंचे थे, फिर उनको प्लेन हादसे की जानकारी लगी, फिर उनसे बात।
Hello viewers, top headlines. US moves 30 Air Force bomber aircrafts closer to Europe. Engine snag in San Francisco to Mumbai Air India flight. Another Ranchi-bound Air India Express flight diverted after technical issues. Prime Minister Modi reaches Canada for the G7 summit. Israel-Iran escalation overshadows G7 joint statement, says Iran can never have nuke. Trump contradicts Macron's statement on Israel-Iran ceasefire, says Macron has no idea why he cut short his G7 visit. Trump hints at something bigger than ceasefire. And MEA issues advisory for Indian students in Iran. Evacuation of 10,000 Indian students in Tehran begins. Batch of 100 Indian students begins. They are being evacuated through Armenia. Well, I've been breaking up Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. Okay, big update. An Air India flight from San Francisco to Mumbai through Kolkata suffered a technical snag in one of its engines, requiring passengers to be deplaned during a scheduled halt at the city airport. Early flight at, this was Air India 180 arrived on time at the city airport. It arrived on time, but a technical snag there in the left engine delayed the takeoff at about 5:20 hours, that means around 5:20 in the morning. An announcement was made in the aircraft asking all the passengers to deplane. The captain of the plane told the passengers that the decision was being made in the interest of flight safety. Another incident has come to fore. That means that there are two incidents we are talking about right now, where Air India Express Ranchi-bound flight was diverted back to Delhi after facing technical snags. That is right, viewers. So two incidents of technical snags in an Air India flight. Latest coming in on your screen, you can see this is Air India flight AI 180 Air India Express flight. Two flights, both of them suffering technical snags, both of them being diverted, returning mid-air or forcing deplaning due to technical issues. You know, again, we see that many questions being raised about safety when it comes to Air India flights. Already, the center has formed a high-level probe when it comes to making sure that the issues are solved or what exactly is lacking in terms of technical safety in this Air India flight. So that probe has already been ordered by the central government. Yes. Okay. So we have with us, my colleague is joining us live right now. We have Deepak with us, with me. And Deepak, you know, not the first, not the second, not the third, not the fourth. Many similar incidents being reported in the past few days itself. And please take our viewers through what has been happening when it comes to Air India flights, technical glitches, diversions, deplaning, or emergency landings.
That's right, Shivangi. In 24 hours alone, there have been 5 flights that have encountered technical glitches, and most of them were Air India flights, and among them, there are Airbus and Boeing. Let's now take our viewers quickly through what has happened in the last 24 hours. On June 16, that is yesterday, AI 315, Air India 315, Hong Kong to Delhi flight, there was a mid-air glitch, and this had forced the flight to return to Hong Kong. It made a landing, all passengers were safely deboarded, but checks were conducted only after it made a landing back in Hong Kong. Now let's tell you what exactly happened on the Saudi airline. This is the SV3112. It's an air scare that was witnessed on the Jeddah to Lucknow flight, where about 250 passengers who were there, and on that particular flight, sparks and smoke was seen from the wheels of the plane, and following that, it was moved to the taxiway, and passengers of the SV3112 were disembarked safely. Also, Shivangi, we have more such incidents. This was another incident that we came across yesterday. A plane that was forced to make a U-turn to Delhi over technical issue, and it was upon landing that they took care of it. They found the issue, they fixed it, and after that the takeoff was given a green signal from Delhi. And all of these passengers were made to first leave the plane, then the checks were carried out, and then they got back on the plane, after which the plane successfully left from the Delhi airport. And let's also tell you what happened today, because today there were multiple air scares also. Air scare on Mumbai-Ahmedabad plane. This was the AI 2493, another Air India plane. The operational issue had delayed the flight, and what we also understand is that the flight was cancelled because of the flight duty time limit. That means the flight personnel, they have a fixed time, and after it exceeded that time, it was cancelled. And another AI 180, Air India 180, that's another plane that we saw today, another technical snag on the San Francisco to Mumbai via Kolkata, and after they landed the plane in Kolkata, a technical snag was reported in the left engine. Again, passengers were made to leave the plane. The technical snag delayed the takeoff from Kolkata because necessary checks had to be conducted. But the big question is, Shivangi, why aren't these checks done prior to takeoff and landing? Back to you.
Well, thank you, Deepak, for helping our viewers understand what really is happening when it comes to technical glitches. But let's tell our viewers passenger safety comes first. All right, let's move ahead, viewers. We're getting some more updates coming in. Let's move ahead to some more breaking updates we're getting for our viewers right now. And what we are seeing is the Israeli Air Force. In fact, we're getting some more updates. Indigo flight is making an emergency landing in Nagpur. The bomb threat message was found in the flight. All passengers, I repeat, all passengers have been deboarded. More details are awaited. Now, big update coming in right now. Indigo flight makes emergency landing in Nagpur. And Indigo flight is making an emergency landing in Nagpur as a bomb threat message was found in the flight. Not the first time we have seen such incidents of bomb threat messages being found in flight. Some of them turn out to be hoaxes. But latest, all passengers have been deboarded. More details are awaited in this case. All right, I want to come across to you, Deepak. One more bomb threat. That this is an Indigo flight. This is an Indigo flight. It has forced this Indigo flight to make an emergency landing. We're still waiting for more updates, but we understand this is a Kochi-Delhi Indigo flight making emergency landing in Nagpur. Deepak.
That's right, Shivangi. First, they had received a bomb threat message. We'll have to wait for the details, whether there was a note that was found on the plane or whether it was a threat email that was received. But what we know is that after the flight made the emergency landing in Nagpur, necessary scanning was done by the authorities. And what we understand is that the DCP of Nagpur has also issued a statement. And the latest statement as per the DCP is that an Air Indigo flight 6E2706 from Muscat, Kochi, Delhi made an emergency landing at Nagpur airport after a bomb threat was received. All passengers have been deboarded. Investigation is underway. Nothing suspicious has been found so far. So this is the confirmation coming in from the DCP of Nagpur that nothing suspicious was found on the Nagpur plane.
All right, let's move ahead, Deepak, right now, because we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. We shift our focus to some of the other stories, especially what is happening in the Iran-Israel conflict. Getting to know the Israeli air has completed several extensive strikes on military targets of the Iranian regime in western Iran. During the strikes, dozens of surface-to-surface missile storage and launch infrastructure were struck. In addition, surface-to-air missile launchers and UAV storage sites were struck in western Iran. That is right. Big update coming in right now, viewers. Things are getting a little intense in that escalation. Already we have seen that the G7 has come out with a joint statement. But at the same time, getting some more updates coming in terms of what is happening. The Air Force of Israel has completed many extensive strikes on military targets of the Iranian regime in western Iran. And during the strikes, dozens of surface-to-surface missile storage and launch infrastructure was struck. In addition, surface-to-air missile launchers and UAV storage sites were struck in western Iran. So that is the big update that we are getting. And we have the picture coming in for you as well. IDF destroys Iran military targets. You can see those pictures coming in, and the entire war is getting more and more intense. For the second time, the IDF has eliminated Iran's wartime chief of staff as well. This is a new update that we're getting for our viewers. IDF keeps making sure that they are putting Iran on the back foot. Okay, viewers, let's now get you more visuals from across Iran and Israel. So we'll put those visuals out for you. We are also learning that Israeli defense forces struck command centers which belong to the Kurds force of the IRGC and the Iranian military as well, viewers. So you can see exactly in that video, these different videos are showing. Video 1 showing you IDF taking out the IRGC command centers. Very important because we have seen how Israel has targeted multiple areas, which are important strategically to Iran. So what is Iran's IRGC? And Iran's IRGC is a very important group of commanders. This is the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC commanders. And Israeli strikes have killed at least 4 senior Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC commanders, including the chief Hussein Salami. All right, let's put the next video out for our viewers. So this is the IF, which is identified and eliminated surface-to-air missile launch. Troops seconds before they reached a launcher south of Tehran. The troops were eliminated and the launcher was dismantled. So this is video number 2 on your screens. Israel destroying Iran missile launch troops. So very specific and strategic areas have been targeted by Israel. And just remember that this current escalation had begun after Israel launched strikes on Friday morning involving 200 fighter jets that hit dozens of nuclear, military and infrastructure targets across Iran, including the country's main nuclear facility. All right, let's also move ahead right now to the next video. Let's go to video number 3 on your screen. So what you see these are visuals from the aftermath of the Iran attack on Tel Aviv. That is right. Visuals of the aftermath of the Iran attack on Tel Aviv. So we have seen a counter-offensive from Iran as well. So both of them are launching assaults at each other. Iran has struck Tel Aviv and Haifa as the Israel conflict has entered its 5th day. So what you see on your screens is the Iranian missiles have struck Israeli cities of Tel Aviv, destroying homes, fueling concerns, especially as the G7 summit is taking place, that the conflict between the two regional nations could lead to a broader Middle East war. Meanwhile, we also have a new video. This is video number 4. Iran missiles hit residential area. So meanwhile, we also have pictures of residential buildings completely damaged by Iran missile strikes. And like we are telling our viewers, a lot of Iranian missiles are targeting civilian areas, residential areas, destroying homes and residential areas. So you can see that picture coming in where a residential area has been hit. Extensive damage can be seen in that video on your screens, viewers. All right, let's go straight across to our guest who's joining us right now. We have Colonel Sanjeev Malik, defense expert, joining us on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us, Colonel. Sir, I just want to ask you, we showed our videos to our viewers of the extensive damage, not just on one side, on both sides, Israel and Iran. And we also see the G7 leaders backing Israel, warning Iran. How do you see this escalation now moving forward?
Ma'am, thank you very much for inviting me. The escalation in the ongoing conflict is likely to remain in the similar situation, plus minus for the next few days. Reason being, ma'am, this is a G7 meeting going on, and Iran will target most of the civilian installations or civilian localities with the same intention what in Operation Sindoor Pakistan wanted us to get involved. Pakistan laid a trap and flying its civilian aircraft so that India mistakenly or willingly attack those civilian aircrafts, and then he can go and crying all over the world that India is targeting our civilians. Similarly, he's provoking Israel that he attacks in more areas and more civilian casualties occur, so that he can go in the international community and he can cry, okay, they see the Israel, he is now killing our civilians besides our other facilities. But however, it's a good thing that Israel is training itself and it's attacking only the energy installations, military installations, and all other installations like of supply or ammunition dump or fuel dumps where he gets the forces strength of conducting this operations on Israel. Now, second thing coming to ma'am, the aspect of this, the Mossad, its elements inside the Iran, they are giving the pinpoint information to its country, means Israel. That is why they are able to pinpoint the things and not to escalate to the civilian areas. Now, coming to the G7 thing, we have seen in the morning itself, the G7 countries are backing Israel in the very core, because logic stands with Israel, not with Iran. When a country says that we don't want to see this country, means Israel, on this earth, it means they are basically working with some malefied intentions. This is well known. But however, seeing the current situation, Israel also is well aware that it cannot sustain very prolonged conflict with Iran without the backup of US. Now the role of after G7, the US probably, if this conflict continues, the America has to come in support of Israel. In case, for example, in giving the cover of the defense, air defense against the Israel missiles. Because this is well-known fact that Iran manufactures a lot of, the Iran manufactures a lot of missiles and it has a huge stockpile of that. So given this thing, this conflict is going to continue for some more time, till the time Iran comes to the talking table.
All right, please hold on, Colonel Sanjeev Malik. I'm getting some more breaking updates coming in, and I want your perspective on that. Some more news coming in, and it looks like there's some strikes which have been made for the second time. The IDF has eliminated Iran's wartime chief of staff, the regime's top military commander. That is right. Following the precise intelligence received by the IDF Intelligence Directorate in sudden opportunity overnight, IF has struck a staffed command center in the heart of Tehran and eliminated Ali Shadmani, the wartime chief of staff, the most senior military commander and the closest figure to Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. That is right, viewers. Big update. Let's go back to our guest who's coming in right now. Colonel Sanjeev Malik is joining us, defense expert joining us right now on Republic TV. This is an update coming in on Republic TV, but we have some more breaking news coming in. Let's go to the next breaking news. We have to cut across, viewers, because there is a fresh update that we are getting for our viewers. And the Air India 159 flight has been cancelled after a snag. So yet another Air India flight from Ahmedabad to London has been forced to be cancelled due to a technical snag. Air India flight number AI 159, a Boeing 788 scheduled to take off from Ahmedabad for London at 1:10 p.m. has been cancelled due to a technical snag. Cancelled, absolutely cancelled. That is right. This was a domestic flight of Air India which was flying internationally, and Air India 159 flight cancelled after a snag. It was outbound for, from what we understand, outbound for abroad. It was outbound for London. And I have to go across to my colleague Gopi, who's joining us. She's in Ahmedabad. This is where the flight took off, Ahmedabad to London, but had to be cancelled. Okay, we have some reactions coming first.
कुछ नहीं बताया, वापस बस वो हमारा नाम नंबर लिख दिया, PNR नंबर लिख दिया फ्लाइट टिकट का, बोल रहे हैं कल सुबह 11 बजे आ जाओ। मैंने कहा ठीक है, अभी मैं पाटन से आ रहा हूँ, ठीक है, तो अभी मेरा आने जाने का एक्सपेंसेस वो कैसे होगा, वो बोला वो हम नहीं जानते, वो आप देख लो अपने हिसाब से। अगर आपको होटल जाना है तो ये आप देख रहे हैं, उन्होंने बस की है स्लीपर कोच, वो अभी होटल ले जा रहे हैं। अभी मैं मेरी फैमिली के साथ आया, होटल में जाके क्या करूँ? मैं और मेरी वाइफ 2 लोग जा रहे थे। तो ये बिल्कुल है कि अभी एयर इंडिया में ट्रैवल मत करो, प्लीज, टू बी ऑनेस्ट। थैंक यू।
All right, let's go to Gopi, who's joining us right now. Gopi, one more Air India flight from Ahmedabad to London has been absolutely cancelled. Cancelled after a technical snag, and we saw that a lot of passengers, they don't know what to do next. They don't know what to do next right now because their flight is cancelled. I just want to come across to you. Yes, Gopi, what is happening?
Shivangi, as you have correctly mentioned, Air India 159, which was to start from Ahmedabad and land in London, stands cancelled today. I am being joined by one of the passengers. क्या नाम है आपका?
My name is Arnab Goswami.
ओके, और ये फ़्लाइट कैंसिल क्यों हुई? आपने कितनी बार ये फ़्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है? आप कब आए, कितने बजे आए? आपका परिवार भी आपके साथ आया है, कुछ बताएंगे?
I booked a flight on 14 June because we want to back in London on 14 June. But on the 13th June, I got an email that you have to cancel this flight because of the atmosphere and weather. So they messaged me, emailed me that you have to reschedule your ticket. And on they emailed me that you have to reschedule on 17th June. So today we are on the Sardar Patel airport, but they told me I got email on 12 p.m. in the morning that your flight is cancelled, 17 June flight cancelled. So my husband is there on the window and he's doing that we want to do new flight and they are doing.
So what is the reason that they are quoting? What is the reason? Why is the flight cancelled?
उन्होंने बोला कि दिल्ली से फ्लाइट डिले हुई है, इसलिए हम आगे कुछ नहीं कर सकते, आपको न्यू फ्लाइट लेनी पड़ेगी वरना हम लोग रिफ़ंड करेंगे। उन्होंने दो ऑप्शन दिया है कि आपको न्यू फ्लाइट लेनी है कि फिर आपको रिफ़ंड पूरा हम देंगे। हमने बोला कि हमको रिफ़ंड नहीं चाहिए, वी डोंट वांट रिफ़ंड, वी वांट न्यू फ्लाइट। आप न्यू फ्लाइट के तो न्यू टिकट हमको करके दो, तो वो सब मेरे हस्बैंड कर रहे हैं।
तो यही सेम फ्लाइट पहले 2 बार और भी कैंसिल हो चुकी है?
हाँ, 2 बार हमारी ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है और एयर इंडिया कोई जवाब नहीं देते। हम मैसेज भी करते तो इतना होल्ड होता है, हमको 15-15 मिनट होल्ड रखना पड़ता है और हमको सामने से भी अच्छा कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं आता है एयर इंडिया में से। अब हम लोग अभी अगली बार से एयर इंडिया में आने वाले नहीं हैं।
So in fact, see Shivangi, people here, the passengers here of this particular Air India flight are, there is utter chaos. I would ask my camera person to kindly show you the visuals. This is the window from where they have in fact, this is the T2 departure from where they were going to enter. In fact, we would ask a few passengers here if they are willing to speak to us. आप में से कौन जा रहा था? अच्छा, आप जा रहे थे। I would ask my camera person to kindly show you. आपका नाम क्या है?
विशाल पटेल।
और आप ये एयर इंडिया की फ्लाइट में जाने वाले थे?
यस, नहीं, मैं नहीं, मेरे मम्मी पापा जाने वाले थे। तो अभी क्या है, मॉर्निंग में मैंने कॉल किया था एयर इंडिया में, उन लोगों ने बताया कि जो फ्लाइट है वो ऑन टाइम है। फिर हम इधर आए तो बता रहे थे कि फ़्लाइट है वो डिले हुई है 3 आवर्स। सो हमको 1 PM की जगह 3 PM का टाइम दिया। और अभी जब टाइम बोर्डिंग का आया, अंदर जाने का है, चेक इन का टाइम आया, तो वो लोग बोल रहे हैं कि अब फ़्लाइट कैंसिल हो गई है। सो वो लोग अच्छे से रिफ़ंड का भी आंसर नहीं दे रहे हैं। हम लोग कॉल सेंटर में बात कर रहे हैं, वहाँ भी कोई भी कॉल रिसीव नहीं कर रहा है। और वो लोग यही बता रहे हैं कि हम आपको 10-15 दिन में रिफ़ंड कर देंगे और दूसरी फ़्लाइट लेने महीने की हम बात कर रहे हैं तो वो लोग ये बताए नहीं हमको आपको हम लोग आपको रिशेड्यूल करें कल दे देंगे।
यही सेम फ्लाइट के लिए क्या ऐसा हुआ है कि ये फ्लाइट पहले भी कैंसिल हुई है?
पहले भी कैंसिल हुई है मैम, पहले भी कैंसिल हुई है। और
एयर इंडिया ने रीजन क्या बताया है कैंसिलेशन का?
नहीं, कोई रीजन ही नहीं बता रहे, वो कुछ भी रीजन नहीं बता रहे। कई लोग बोल रहे हैं कि टेक्निकल इश्यू के लिए, कई लोग बोल रहे हैं कि हम क्या है कि अभी प्रॉब्लम खराब वेदर के लिए, वो सब बोल रहे हैं।
We have one more passenger with us who was going to in fact fly in this very flight. So what is your name?
My name is Vijay Singh Zala. I am an advocate in practicing in Gujarat High Court.
So did they tell you what is the reason behind the cancellation of this particular air?
Actually, when we reached here, there are 3-4 persons from the Air India Airlines, and the reasons stated by them are different. There are 3 persons who are here to respond, and each and every person is giving a different reply. One is saying that there is some technical issue. The second one is saying that there is a delay in the flight to reach here from Delhi to Ahmedabad. Therefore, today takeoff is not possible, and other reasons are being stated which are not plausible.
So what is your next step? What are you going to do? Are you going to seek response from Air India? Since you are also an advocate and you have seen a horrendous incident that happened just a few days back, Air India का ही crash हुआ था. What are you? What is your next step that you are going to take?
First of all, as we have seen that the 12th of June was the incident जो इंडिया में इतने सालों बाद इतना बड़ा इंसिडेंट हुआ था, इसलिए जो पैसेंजर्स को जाने के लिए बहुत ही अर्जेंट था वही लोग ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं। एज वी हैव सीन इन न्यूज़ कि 50% लोगों ने एयर इंडिया में जाने से कैंसिल कर दिया। तो अभी जो 50% है वो लोग हैं जिनको बहुत जाना ज़रूरी था, इसलिए वो लोग ट्रैवल आज कर रहे थे। और कल रात को जब एयर इंडिया एयरलाइंस का फर्स्ट फ्लाइट टेक ऑफ किया, तब जाके हम लोगों ने एयर इंडिया हेल्पलाइन नंबर पे कांटेक्ट करके पूछा कि क्या आज फ्लाइट टाइम पे टेक ऑफ करने वाला है। तब वहाँ से आंसर मिलता है कि हाँ, आज 1:10 को जो 159 वाला फ़्लाइट है वो टाइम पे ही टेक ऑफ करेगा। तो जब सुबह हम लोग उठे तब एक मैसेज आता है कि सॉरी फॉर द इनकन्वीनियंस, योर फ्लाइट इज़ डिलेड बाय 2 आवर्स। सो 1:10 की बजाय अभी 3 बजे टेक ऑफ करने वाला है। इसलिए फिर भी हम लोग टाइम पे आ गए। हमको पता था कि ये ट्रैजिक इंसिडेंट होने के बाद कुछ भी हो सकता है, इसलिए हम लोगों को टाइम पे पहुंचना पड़ा। इसलिए पूरे गुजरात से और आउट ऑफ गुजरात से बहुत सारे लोग ट्रैवल करके आज टाइम पे यहाँ एयरपोर्ट पे पहुँचे। जैसे ही एयरपोर्ट पे पहुँचते हैं तो यहाँ एक काउंटर लगा है, वहाँ से एयर इंडिया एयरलाइंस वालों ने आंसर दिया है कि योर फ्लाइट हैज़ बीन कैंसल्ड। और जब सब लोगों को ये कैंसलेशन वाला मैसेज दिया गया तो सभी लोग ऑलरेडी तो पैनिक में थे, वो डर का माहौल तो था ही सबके अंदर, बट वो लोग ट्रैवल कर रहे थे क्योंकि उनको मोस्ट अर्जेंट जाना था। अब जब रीज़न पूछा गया तो वो 3-4 लोग हैं, वो अलग अलग रिप्लाई दे रहे हैं। और जब लोग सब पैनिक होके सब बोल रहे हैं कि हम लोगों को जाना इसलिए तो हम लोग ये फ़्लाइट ट्रैवल करके जा रहे थे, वरना कैंसिल करके कोई दूसरी फ़्लाइट में चले जाते हैं। तो अभी उन लोगों ने सबको सेटिस्फेक्शन देने के लिए ये बोला है कि मोस्ट टू मोस्ट हम लोग आपको एकोमोडेशन दे सकते हैं। अगर आपको कोई ट्रैवलिंग अलाउंसेस, कोई ट्रांसपोर्टेशन कॉस्ट लगा है तो आप कल या परसों आके हम लोगों से क्लेम कर सकते हैं। और अगर आपको रिफ़ंड चाहिए तो हम लोग आपको रिफ़ंड कर देंगे। बट जब कोई कंफर्मेशन पूछ रहा है कि कब रिफ़ंड होगा, क्या रिफ़ंड का प्रोसेस होगा, तो वो यहाँ से कोई आंसर नहीं मिल रहा है। और लोग बोल रहे हैं कि अगर आप हमको तो कोई दूसरी एयरलाइन से अगर भेज सकते हो तो दूसरी एयरलाइन से भेजो। तो ये एयर इंडिया वाले के जो स्टाफ है वो बता रहे हैं कि अभी कोई दूसरी एयरलाइंस हमारा हाथ पकड़ने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। यह ट्रैजिक इंसिडेंट हुआ है इसलिए हमारे पैसेंजर्स को एक्सेप्ट करने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। और जब पूछ रहे हैं कि कल अभी दूसरा फ्लाइट कब टेक ऑफ करने वाला है, तो वो बोल रहे हैं कि 11:40 मॉर्निंग को टेक ऑफ करेगा, बट उसका भी कोई श्योरिटी नहीं है।
Well, in fact, these are a few voices that we are getting for you from the passengers, the flight which has been cancelled. We will be giving you minute-to-minute update from the Ahmedabad Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Airport, where a flight which was going from Ahmedabad to London has been cancelled. Stay tuned with Republic TV. We will be back after a short commercial break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं, वो एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है क्या, और वाया फ्लाइट था, तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे। यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको लंदन जाना था, यूके जाना था।
तो उसमें छोटी बच्ची भी थी, मतलब कितनी उम्र के लोग थे? उनकी उम्र क्या थी?
वो एक की 4 है और एक की शायद मेरे ख्याल से 8 है। 4 या 6 ऐसा कुछ है लड़की के।
कब से रहते थे, क्या करते थे वहाँ पे?
होटल मैनेजमेंट का को ये था उनका जॉब, और 15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
US moves 30 Air Force bomber aircrafts closer to Europe. Engine snag in San Francisco to Mumbai Air India flight. Another Ranchi-bound Air India Express flight diverted after technical issues. Prime Minister Modi reaches Canada to attend the G7 summit. Israel-Iran escalation overshadows G7. Joint statement says Iran can never have nuke. Trump contradicts Macron's statement on Israel-Iran ceasefire, says Macron has no idea why he cut short his G7 visit. Trump hints at something bigger than the ceasefire. MA issues the advisory for Indian students in Iran. Evacuation of 10,000 Indian students in Tehran begins. Batch of 100 Indian students being evacuated through Armenia. An Indigo flight 6C2706 from Muscat to Kochi, Delhi made an emergency landing at Nagpur airport after a bomb threat was received. All passengers have been deboarded. The investigation is underway, noting something suspicious has not been found so far. This is what the DCP there is saying, Nagpur. So this is the update coming in where we see this is the Indigo flight, by the way. It has deboarded. All passengers have been deboarded after a bomb threat was received. Investigation is underway. So far, nothing suspicious has been found inside that plane. The pictures coming in of the plane, first on Republic TV. Indigo is making an emergency landing. You can see the plane there. It has deboarded. This plane was on its way from Muscat, Kochi and Delhi. That was a route that this plane was taken. And as we keep getting our viewers more updates, let's tell you that this plane right now has been deboarded. This is a Kochi-Delhi Indigo flight making an emergency landing in Nagpur after a bomb threat. No suspicious items have been found so far. This is the Indigo flight operating on the Muscat-Kochi-Delhi route, making an emergency landing at Nagpur after a bomb threat was reported. But let's go to Akansha, who's joining us right now. Akansha, all passengers deboarded. Thankfully, nothing suspicious has been found so far. This is what the DCP there is saying. Yes, over to you, Akansha. What do we know so far?
Absolutely, Shivangi. What we're learning so far is that nothing suspicious has been found. As far as this bomb threat is concerned, what we're learning is that this Delhi-bound Indigo flight was, in fact, it left from Kochi. It was on the way to the national capital when it made an emergency landing in Nagpur because of a bomb threat. We don't have details about what this bomb threat was, but as per the Cochin International Airport is concerned, they have informed that nothing suspicious has been found so far. They have issued a statement. Let me quote them. A bomb threat was received with regard to an Indigo flight which arrived from Muscat and departed for Delhi, prompting it to make an emergency landing at Nagpur airport for undergoing operations. What we're learning is that this bomb threat was received from on the official email ID about the Indigo flight which departed for Delhi with 157 passengers and 6 crew at 9:31 a.m. in the morning, and after that a bomb threat assessment committee, which is BTAC, was convened and the threat was declared as specific, but nothing so far has been found. So what we know so far is that this threat was given through the email. Nothing suspicious has been found so far. Passengers have been reboarded. This flight has been sent to a safer place and the inspection of this flight is underway, Shivangi.
That is right. Thank you for joining us there, Akansha, with all those details. We see that this is the Indigo flight operating on the Muscat-Kochi-Delhi route, making an emergency landing at Nagpur. And from what we understand so far, all the passengers were safely deboarded following the emergency landing. A thorough investigation was immediately launched by the airport security and bomb disposal teams. All right, let's go to the next big update we're getting for our viewers. Now we have one more Air India flight which was cancelled. Yet another Air India flight from Ahmedabad to London has been forced to be cancelled due to a technical snag. Air India flight number AI-159 Boeing 788 scheduled to take off from Ahmedabad for London at around 1:10 p.m. has been cancelled due to a technical snag. That is right. We're still trying to get our viewers more updates on what really happened so far, but the passengers are stranded in Ahmedabad, and we see Gopi. Okay, let's go to Gopi. Yes, Gopi is there with the passengers. And Gopi, you were talking about this a short while back. This is a flight which has been cancelled. Ahmedabad to London flight cancelled. But the question is, what about the passengers?
Well, in fact, this is about the AI-159, which was about to start from Ahmedabad and land in London. We are joined by, in fact, a few passengers. Sir, आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम अनिरुद्ध सिंह जाला, एडवोकेट, मेंबर बार काउंसिल ऑफ गुजरात।
क्या आप ये फ्लाइट में ट्रैवल करने वाले थे?
यस, आज मैं लंदन जाने वाला था। हमारे यहाँ लीगल कॉन्फ्रेंस है, तो मैंने टिकट आज 10 बजे की थी। मैं 9 बजे यहाँ टाइम सर आ गया। बीच में मैसेज आया था कि 2 घंटा लेट है, मगर तो भी मैं टाइम सर आ गया। यहाँ आया तो बोला कि आज की फ़्लाइट कैंसिल है।
और आपको वो रीज़न क्या बता रहे हैं, क्यों कैंसिल?
पहले तो रीज़न कोई बताया नहीं, मगर मैंने थोड़ा सा किया कि कोई रीज़न तो चाहिए। तो उसने बोला कि यहाँ से लंदन से आने वाली फ़्लाइट डिले है, शाम को आएगी, और शाम को जो यहाँ से लंदन जाएगी तो रात को लंदन में लैंड नहीं होती, इसलिए वो कैंसिल होगी। आपको कल 11:40 बजे की टिकट हम ट्रांसफ़र कर देंगे, ऐसे बोलता है।
रद्द होगी तो अगर रिफ़ंड की बात करें तो उन्होंने कुछ बोला है, रिफ़ंड वगैरह देंगे आपको कि नहीं?
नहीं, वो बोला था कि किसी को जो रिफ़ंड चाहिए तो आपको यहाँ से मेरे को काउंटर के ऊपर इन्फॉर्म कर दो, और जो किसी को 24 घंटा ठहरना है तो भी मेरे को इन्फॉर्म कर दो। मगर सभी पैसेंजर बहुत अभी परेशान हो गया है।
आपका कॉन्फ्रेंस है तो आप लेट नहीं होंगे उसके?
तो मैंने बोला कि मैं एडवोकेट हूँ, मैं लीगल कॉन्फ्रेंस में जाने वाला हूँ, और जो ये टाइम में फेरफार आपकी वजह से हो गया, तो मैं अभी आपको नोटिस देता हूँ और कल आपको कोर्ट में मैं खड़ा कर दूँगा। तो मैंने को बोला है कि अभी आपका अरेंजमेंट कर देता हूँ, शाम को मेरे को दूसरा अरेंजमेंट कर दे जाए, ऐसा मेरे को आश्वासन दिया है।
क्या आप सोच रहे हैं कोई लीगल एक्शन लेने का?
हाँ, जो मेरे को तो परेशानी पड़ेगी और कोई पैसेंजर भी मेरे पास जो आएगा तो मैं उसके ऊपर लीगल एक्शन अवश्य लूँगा, वो मेरा फ़र्ज है।
ये वी हैव वन मोर पैसेंजर हु इज जॉइनिंग अस। आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम सावन बारोड है।
और आप भी यही फ्लाइट में ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं?
हाँ जी, मैं यही फ्लाइट में ट्रैवल करने वाला था।
क्या आप पहली बार जा रहे हैं कि वहीं के हैं?
मेरा 5 और 6 बार है। 6 बार ट्रैवल कर रहा हूँ ऑलरेडी। मतलब
ऐसा हुआ है पहले कभी?
ऐसा तो पहले कभी हुआ नहीं है। ये मेरा खुद के एक्सपीरियंस में ये पहली बार है। ये
आपको क्या रीजन बताया इन्होंने कि कैंसिल क्यों हुई?
मैंने पूछा, अंदर क्रू मेंबर को पूछा जाके कि क्या रीज़न है, तो उन्होंने बोला कि अभी वी डोंट नो, राइट। उन्होंने ऐसा मुझे आंसर दिया, वी डोंट नो सर, व्हाट्स द प्रॉपर रीज़न अबाउट दैट। मैंने कहा भाई ये मतलब ये कोई बात नहीं है। मैंने उनसे पूछा कि ये ऐसी बात, ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है? अगर वेदर का कुछ है तो आप बताओ हमें, तो हमें कुछ हम अपने फैमिली को इन्फॉर्म करें कि इसकी वजह से फ्लाइट डिले है। फिर एक घंटे बाद उन्होंने डिक्लेयर किया अंदर कि भाई फ़्लाइट कैंसिल है, अभी नहीं, उड़ान नहीं भरेगी आज।
तो अभी आगे उन्होंने क्या बोला है? कल फ्लाइट है ये, कौन सी कब रीशेड्यूल हुई है?
कब? अभी उन्होंने अंदर बोला है कि हम आपको टुमारो की फ़्लाइट जो है 11:40 के सुबह के उसी फ्लाइट में हम आपको शिफ्ट कर देंगे।
क्या आप सब अहमदाबाद से हैं कि कहीं और से आए हैं?
हम भावनगर से आए हैं।
आप कहाँ से?
मैं पाटन से आया हूँ।
तो एक बात जानकारी के लिए ये है कि ये सब अहमदाबाद से नहीं आए। वन हैज़ कम फ्रॉम भावनगर, द अदर हैज़ कम ऑल द वे फ्रॉम पाटन। वी ऑल्सो हैव वन मोर पर्सन हु इज़ जॉइनिंग। ही इज़ द रिलेटिव ऑफ वन ऑफ द पर्सन्स हु वाज गोइंग टू ट्रैवल इन दिस फ्लाइट। आपका कौन ट्रैवल कर रहा था ये फ्लाइट?
ये मेरे जमाई हैं और मेरी बेटी, ये दोनों आज ट्रैवल करने वाले। मेरी बेटी फर्स्ट टाइम जा रही है आज। हम यहाँ करीबन 20 लोग उसको छोड़ने आए हैं। हम यहाँ टाइम पे आ गए, हम सुबह से यहाँ आ गए, अंदर गए, अभी कुछ आ रहा है, कोई अलग अलग आदमी सिक्योरिटी गार्ड वगैरह बोल रहे हैं कैंसिल है, अंदर कोई नहीं बोल रहा है। ये लोग अंदर चेकिंग में भी गए, लास्ट टेबल तक गए, वहाँ जाके ये बोल रहे हैं कि भाई फ्लाइट कैंसिल है। और मुझे अभी भी पता चला है कि जब से ये प्लेन क्रैश हुआ है उसके बाद लंदन की एक भी फ़्लाइट गई ही नहीं है। तो फिर ये लोग टिकट क्यों बार बार दे रहे हैं? पता ही नहीं चल रहा है ऐसा क्यों कर रहे हैं। अरे बोल दो, कितने लोग यहाँ आ रहे हैं, परेशान हो रहे हैं। और ये बारिश का माहौल, मैं भावनगर से हूँ।
मैं वही बोल रही हूँ, आप भावनगर से हैं, ये पाटन से हैं। अब आप मुझे ये बताइए, अगर ये फ़्लाइट कल के लिए रीशेड्यूल भी होती है तो क्या अकोमोडेशन वगैरह एयर इंडिया प्रोवाइड कर रही है? आप लोग रुकेंगे कहाँ? क्योंकि अगर कल दिन की फ़्लाइट होगी तो आना भी मुश्किल होगा, बारिश का मौसम है, उस तरफ तो फ्लड लाइक कंडीशंस भी हैं, तो इसमें आप क्या करेंगे?
अभी हमारे पास और कोई चारा नहीं है, हमें यहाँ रुकना ही पड़ेगा। एकोमोडेशन की जो बात की है वो ओनली फॉर टिकट पर्सन की है। जितना टिकट है, जिसके पास पासपोर्ट टिकट है उसको ही मिलेगा, उसके कोई भी कलीग या कोई भी है उसको कोई किसी को भी नहीं मिलेगा। कई लोग ऐसे भी है, बूढ़े बुजुर्ग भी है जिनके साथ कोई नहीं है, वो छोड़ने आए एक आदमी को, तो वो कहाँ जाएंगे?
सो दीज आर द वॉइसेस दैट वी आर गेटिंग। आपका कौन ट्रैवल कर रहा है? क्या आप खुद ट्रैवल कर रही हैं?
नहीं, भाई ट्रैवल कर रहा है।
कौन ट्रैवल कर रहा है?
भाई।
अच्छा।
भाई और भाभी दोनों की फ्लाइट थी, वो सब जा रहे थे। हम रात को 3 बजे से उठ के आए, क्योंकि
कहाँ से आए हैं?
राधनपुर।
अच्छा, राधनपुर।
हाँ।
तो अभी आपको इन लोगों ने क्या बोला, रीज़न क्या बोला, फ्लाइट क्यों कैंसिल हुई है?
अंदर तो पता ही नहीं था उन लोगों को, वो तो वेट ही कर रहे थे कि अभी हमारा लगेज जाएगा, हम बैठे, ये वो। बाहर सिक्योरिटी गार्ड ने इन्फॉर्म किया कि भाई ऐसे ऐसे फ्लाइट डिले हो रही है। हम कॉल करके उनको पता ही नहीं अंदर की क्या चल रहा है।
तो क्या बोला है? अभी रीशेड्यूल की है कि अभी वो भी कंफर्म नहीं?
रीशेड्यूल करेंगे तो भी ये कंपनसेशन वाला तो कोई सीन नहीं है ना। अभी देखिए ये सर है, इनकी कॉन्फ्रेंस है, वो रुक गई। भाई भाभी को जाना था, वो रुक गए। अब वो उनके पास तो यूँ नहीं ना कि वहाँ वैकेशन करने जा रहे हैं, उनका भी काम धंधा है, कुछ ना कुछ है, तो उनमें डिले नहीं होगा। कितना कॉम्पनसेशन देंगे ये लोग सबको? ये कोई वैलिड नहीं। आपको करनी कैंसिल है तो पहले बता दो, अंदर जाने ही मत दो। तो हम सबको अभी हम लोगों का ऐसा है कि चलो हम एक कार मतलब बोलते हैं ना, ऊबर करके आए थे, ठीक है। अब वो उनको हम भेज दिए वापस कि वही चलो रिलेटिव था, बोले कि आप चले जाओ, हम अपने हिसाब से देख लेंगे, क्योंकि अब लगेज तो लेके जाना नहीं है। अब वो भाई चला गया था नंदासन, हमने उनको वहाँ से रिटर्न बोला। कंपनसेशन देंगे, कितना देंगे ये लोग?
तो आप क्या एयर इंडिया को क्वेश्चन करेंगे? आप करिए एयर इंडिया को क्वेश्चन।
उनको खुद को शर्म आनी चाहिए कि भाई हम क्या कर रहे हैं। क्वेश्चन करने, उनको आंसर ही नहीं पता, क्वेश्चन करके क्या हो रहे। कैंसिल हुई, हमने बोला कि भाई क्या सीन है, तो बोल रहा है कि हमें नहीं पता। हम बोल रहे हैं, वो हाँ में हाँ कर रहे हैं। मतलब कि क्या चल क्या रहा है जो हाँ में हाँ कर रहे हैं? बातचीत तो नहीं चल रही जो आप हाँ में हाँ करो। क्वेश्चन आंसर दो.
Well, Shivangi, these are the voices that we are getting from you from the Ahmedabad airport. While there are a few passengers, while there are others who are the relatives of these passengers, and when you speak of these passengers' urgency, one is going for a law conference. Imagine he is going to miss out on his conference. While he has also said that he might take a legal action if Air India does not respond to his questions. While we saw how others were also willing to reach there on time, as there are a few people who are working there in London, and this is the anguish of people, voices of people that we are getting for you from Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport in Ahmedabad. Back to you.
That's right, Gopi. So we see those pictures coming in. The Air India flight cancelled. You can see the passengers stranded, looking for answers. And this is not just one case, there are multiple cases. One emergency landing has been made and one Air India flight has been halted. All of it coming back to back and on the same day in the last 24 hours. So what you see on your screens is yet another Air India flight from Ahmedabad to London, which has been forced to be cancelled due to a technical snag. Air India flight number AI 159, a Boeing 788, scheduled to take off from Ahmedabad to London at 1:10 p.m. has been cancelled due to a technical snag. And there are similar incidents which have been reported from Nagpur and Kolkata. So all three pictures are on your screen. One is this, the middle one is an Indigo flight operating on the Muscat Kochi Delhi route, which made an emergency landing at Nagpur airport early in the morning. All right, let's move ahead right now because like we were telling our viewers, an Air India flight from San Francisco to Mumbai through Kolkata was a stopover, suffered a technical snag. And this happened in one of its engines, requiring passengers to be deplaned once again during a scheduled halt at the city airport early flight. It was a very early morning flight. It arrived on time at the city airport early in the morning, but a technical snag in the left engine delayed the takeoff. An announcement was made in the aircraft asking all the passengers to deplane. The captain of the plane told the passengers that the decision was being made in the interest of the flight safety. Another incident has come to the fore where Air India Express Ranchi-bound flight was diverted back to Delhi after facing a technical snag. Okay, so you can see the two flights that we have been talking about. One is the Air India flight AI 180 and Air India Express flight. Both of them have been not been able to take off or were grounded or had to return due to technical issue which were found on that plane. We'll try to go across to our colleague in just a short while from now. And we have Iona joining us from our newsroom to help us understand more on the story. Now, Iona, you know, already Air India is being scanned very closely because a probe has been ordered to have a look at its fleets, its operations, its SOPs, its systems. But at the same time, we saw Indigo flight as well, which had to, we saw that this Indigo flight had to make an emergency landing in Nagpur. But my question to you is, and if you could take our viewers through this, the issue is passenger safety right now. And passengers and whoever takes a flight, and in fact, our entire nation cannot afford putting our own citizens' lives at risks when they board a plane, whether to travel in India or travel abroad.
Absolutely, Shivangi. You've pointed out what we're trying to really focus on over here. It's not just about Air India or Indigo, it's about passenger safety overall across all airlines. And over the last 5 days, especially in the aftermath of that tragic AI 171 crash, we've seen a number of incidents, and the spotlight is back on just how much accountability and responsibility are these airlines willing to take. In fact, as we speak, there are about 200 passengers who are currently stranded at Kolkata airport after a Mumbai-San Francisco flight was it landed in Kolkata for a routine check, after which passengers were left in the lurch. They've now been deplaned, and then they've been told that they have absolutely no clarity on when the when the flight will take off for Mumbai, and the airline has is yet to answer on how they are willing to address these technical issues. Now, parallelly in Ahmedabad, a London-bound AI 159 flight has absolutely been cancelled. In fact, we've heard those accounts, passenger accounts that Gopi, our colleague, was bringing us a while back on how the airline has given them absolutely no clarity on when the flights will take off, what are the alternative arrangements, and if the passengers are going to get any refunds at all. So, Shivangi, the question is really not just about the airlines complying with DGCA standards and enhancing their safety checks, but also taking some amount of responsibility and getting over this casual attitude that we have seen over the past few days.
That's right. Ayona getting us all these updates coming in. Ayona, before I let you go, I also want to help our viewers understand that the centre has taken steps to review the airline safety. And in fact, the centre has created a panel. The DGCA is also probing issues of passenger safety, coordinating with international airlines as well. So there is a SOP which has been put in place. There will be a report which will be made, and there will be a review done of passenger safety. Ayona.
Absolutely, Shivangi. In fact, it was Union Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu who addressed a press conference just a few days ago, and he made it very clear that passenger safety is paramount, and this is something that the airlines must understand come what may, no matter how many technical issues they face. And while investigation continues into the AI 171 flight, there should be more action from the centre. We are expecting more high-level meetings that is to be conducted by the Civil Aviation Ministry to take into account everything that has happened over the last 3 days, and to give the citizens of India a more a kind of a safe space for them to continue their air travel, because as of this moment, as we were hearing the experiences of the passengers from Ahmedabad just a while back, they have absolutely no clarity. They've been left in the lurch, and some of them even went on to say that they would rethink before taking a flight, to continue their journeys. So it only remains to be seen, Shivangi, what action is taken by the DGCA, by the BCAS and the Civil Aviation Ministry into holding all these airlines more responsible.
All right, I think we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. Hold on, Ayona. One more case, Air India flight AI143 Boeing B787 Delhi to Paris, which was scheduled, I repeat, which was scheduled for departure at 1:15 p.m. A flight is currently on hold after boarding due to a technical issue, a hydraulic leak. It looks like a hydraulic leak. This is initial updates coming in. We'll try to get our viewers more updates, but it's a hydraulic leak which was detected, and it is right now delayed. It's on hold due to technical issues. This plane was leaving from Delhi to Paris. It was scheduled to depart at 1:15 p.m. The flight is currently on hold after boarding due to technical issues or a hydraulic leak. So one more case coming in. Within the past 24 hours, viewers, we have told you about back-to-back cases of technical glitches of Air India flights making emergency landings, of being cancelled, of many other issues due to technical problems. One more Air India flight grounded due to hydraulic leak, putting the focus back when it comes to passenger safety. And already we know that Air India is under the scanner after back-to-back incidents of passenger safety being compromised. All right, back to what's coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV, and this is an Air India flight. It's a Delhi to Paris flight, which is right now grounded. It's on hold after a technical issue was reported in this flight. Air India flights are being scanned very closely, and Air India has also gone ahead and issued a travel advisory a couple of days ago. However, from their side, it looks like that the technical issues are not stopping at all, and it's risking the passenger safety. So let's talk a little bit more about the other technical issues which were found. This is Air India flight from San Francisco to Mumbai through Kolkata suffered a technical snag, and now we see that Air India flight from Delhi to Paris, which was scheduled for departure at 1:15 p.m. The flight is now currently on hold after boarding due to technical issue. Okay, we have to take a short break right now. Matsu coming right up. We are live and breaking. The United States moves 30 Air Force bombers aircraft closer to Europe. Plus, Prime Minister Modi reaches Canada to attend the G7 summit. Stay tuned. We are live and breaking.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further. And the actual maintain fashion level advance and able for right turn to Hong Kong. Able right turn right now in 315.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
Vande Mataram. My name is Ambassador Deepak Vora and I am Special Advisor in some African countries. We are going to talk today about an issue that is exercising a lot of minds, and I read a lot of stuff in the Indian and international media about the challenge that India's diplomacy faces because of the conflict between Israel and Iran, both friends of India. Let me set this in perspective. We never allow our relationship with any one country to determine our relationship with another country. Chanakya had said something very interesting 2,400 years ago, that my enemy's enemy can be my friend. He did not say that my friend's enemy must also be my enemy. We are friends with both. We compartmentalize our relationship. As far as Israel is concerned, the relationship has a very strong defense component. It has a very strong agricultural component and education and high technology. With Iran, we were major importers of oil, but because of American pressure and sanctions, we do not import oil from Iran at the moment. So that can be ruled out.
कायदा जवाब तलब किया कि संभवतः शायद 91 में 73 जातियां मुस्लिम समाज की थी। राहुल गांधी और इंडी गठबंधन वाले इस पे जवाब क्यों नहीं देते? और आपको एक बड़ा मजेदार तथ्य बताऊं कि जब ओबीसी कमीशन ने उनसे पूछा कि ये इतना कैसे हो गए, तो उन्होंने कहा कन्वर्ट होने से पहले ये इस जाति के थे तो इसमें हो गए। अब आप एक और बात सुनिए, उसमें यह भी कहा गया बंगाल में, भाई तो फिर इतनी भारी मात्रा में कन्वर्जन कैसे हो गया? तो चुप हो गए। मगर एक और मजेदार बात, अभी जो लेटेस्ट चेंज किया है पश्चिम बंगाल की कैबिनेट ने, उसने संभवतः 141 जातियों को उसमें डाल दिया है। अब मजे की बात क्या है, हिंदू समाज में 71 जातियां हैं एज पर वेस्ट बंगाल, और मुस्लिम समाज में 100 से अधिक ओबीसी जातियां हैं। भाई अगर कन्वर्ट होने से पहले थे 71, तो ये कन्वर्ट होने के बाद 71 से ज्यादा कैसे हो गए? यह साफ दर्शा रहा है कि आरक्षण के नाम पर वोट बैंक की राजनीति करके पिछले दरवाजे के द्वारा पिछड़े वर्ग के आरक्षण में सेंध ही नहीं लगाना, जिसे कहते हैं ना पूरी की पूरी दीवार ढहा देने का काम इंडी गठबंधन की सरकारों के द्वारा किया जा रहा है। इसीलिए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी एनडीए की सरकार ने जो एक सकारात्मक निर्णय लिया है, उसके द्वारा होने वाले इस सकारात्मक पक्ष को वो स्वीकार करने को तैयार नहीं रह रहे हैं। वैसे कर्नाटक में सर्वे में उन्होंने 165 करोड़ रुपए लगाए हैं और आप कह रहे हैं रीसर्वे कराएंगे। और याद करिए, कर्नाटक के डिप्टी सीएम मात्र साल भर पहले की बात है, यह भी बोल चुके थे कि सर्वे जारी नहीं होने दूंगा। यह ऑन रिकॉर्ड दिया गया बयान था, वहां खुद ही घमासान हो रहा था। तो अब पहले मैं उनसे पूछना चाहता हूं कि आपने कर्नाटक में सर्वेक्षण कराया तो पहले गलत कराया था क्या, या फिर रीसर्वे क्यों करवा रहे हैं? अब तेलंगाना में कह रहे हैं कि करवाएंगे फिर से। और तेलंगाना में जो आपने सर्वेक्षण कराया है उससे जो अनुपात निकल के आया, मैं राहुल गांधी से सीधा पूछना चाहता हूं, उस अनुपात में मंत्रिमंडल में परिवर्तन किया कि नहीं? आज सबसे ज्यादा ओबीसी मंत्री मोदी जी की सरकार में है। मैं पूछना चाहता हूं तेलंगाना में कितने ओबीसी मंत्री हैं? और मैं राहुल गांधी जी से यह भी पूछना चाहता हूं और कांग्रेस पार्टी से कि 2014 में जब डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी की सरकार ने इस्तीफा दिया, कितने ओबीसी मंत्री थे? 2-3 भी नहीं थे पूरी कैबिनेट में। इसलिए इससे बहुत साफ हो जाता है कि इनका उद्देश्य समाज के अंदर भ्रम पैदा करना और अपने परिवार के हाथ में सत्ता रखना है। चूंकि वह उद्देश्य बिखरता हुआ नजर आ रहा है, इसलिए इस प्रकार के प्रपंच, झूठ और मिथ्या प्रचार का सहारा लिया जा रहा है।
We have a breaking news coming in for you. Another Air India Boeing 787 aircraft operating from the national capital to Dubai, AI915, which was to depart at 4:50 p.m. in the evening, and return time of the departure from Dubai stands cancelled for the day. This is in fact another Air India technical snag that has come to the fore, the third one in the last few hours. In fact, in the last 12 hours, this is the third technical snag in the Air India flight. All right, so this is another Air India Boeing 787 aircraft operating from Delhi to Dubai, which has been cancelled. And this is shocking because just a while back what we learned is that another Air India flight, AI143 Boeing 787 Delhi to Paris, which was to depart at 1:15 p.m. in the afternoon, and that was also put on hold because of the technical issue as far as the hydraulic leak is concerned. And just few hours before that, another Air India flight from Ahmedabad to London was cancelled due to the technical snag, and that was Boeing 788 AI-159. Let me go across to my colleague Madhurima, who joins us from the newsroom. Madhurima, back to back we are seeing technical snags as far as Air India is concerned, not just one but multiple in the last 24 hours.
Well, absolutely, Akanksha. What needs to be seen here is that in less than 24 hours, this is the 5th incident coming in from Air India. And in this particular incident, it's a 787 Boeing, which is under the scanner for multiple technical snags, especially ever since that crash that took place in Ahmedabad. What needs to be seen here is that the past few days have been exemplary embarrassing for Air India, though they have been issuing a very AI-generated, very typical statements for a very long time, but there has been no concrete reason given on the part of Air India as to why these multiple delays. We just spoke to multiple passengers as well there in Ahmedabad, where a flight, yet another flight got cancelled and of Air India, and just in few minutes that of that flight being cancelled in Ahmedabad, we have yet another incident. It appears like Air India is going all down south. Akanksha, the details as to why this flight was cancelled is yet to be ascertained. We'll bring that as well for viewers.
Absolutely big embarrassment for Air India since morning. Not just one but 3 incidents have come to the fore as far as technical snag is concerned. Madhurima, has any reaction, any statement, be it templated statement, come from Air India so far?
No, Kanksha, no early statement has come from the side of Air India. But remember, even when Air India is issuing statement, they are issuing that templated statement that they send out every time. But nothing seems to be improving, because we've seen multiple cancellations, multiple technical snags, and in just less than 24 hours, this is the 5th case pertaining to Air India where a flight either has been cancelled or delayed, or there were technical snags. So it appears like Air India has multiple issues that they need to deal with, Akanksha.
Absolutely. Madhurima, keep tracking those details for us. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Very shocking news, in fact, coming in that back to back we are seeing that Air India Boeing 787 are being cancelled or put on hold. Now we are shifting our focus to the plane crash tragedy that took place on June 12th. Students jump off buildings to escape. Now video has gone viral, and let us show you the video. In fact, the Ahmedabad plane crash incident was marked by a massive explosion and a terrible fire. Video of the incident are coming out one after the another. Students and staff jumped off the unbelievable building to escape the fire caused by the plane crash. Heartbreaking videos from the scene have gone viral on social media as well. As you can see in the visuals there, students, teachers jumping off that building after plane crashed in the vicinity of that area. Very disturbing visuals of people trying to save their life. Clearly had happened.
नहीं पड़ा नहीं पड़ा
Let me go across to my colleague Gopi, who joins us from Ahmedabad and who's been tracking this story very closely. Gopi, we have the visuals on the screen right here of students jumping off. First, give us clarity. How far was this building from the place where the crash took place? Tell us about this incident.
Well, in fact, Akanksha, see, if you understand that very site, there were 6 different buildings in the same vicinity of that campus of BJ Medical Hostel. The first hostel was Atulyam Hostel, where the plane crashed. This is the 4th building in that same row, where students are, we can see in that video that students are jumping off the building to save their lives. Now, the 4th, 5th and 6th buildings were not as affected as the 1st and 2nd buildings were. But yes, obviously, the fear, the trauma and the, in fact, voice of that plane crash was horrendous, and precisely why students would have decided to save their life and to jump off that building. As you can see in that video, that was a horrific incident. But yes, let's tell our viewers that the first building, which was the Atulyam building hostel of BJ Medical, there were around 156 students, out of which 50 to 60 were having their meals in the ground floor of that particular building, where the roof fell on those 50 to 60 students. And as per the JDA, which is the Juniors Doctors Association, only 4 students have lost their lives, while 11 were rescued.